Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing?
Good morning, teacher.
Good morning.
Hello, hello.
Good morning, teacher.
Good morning, teacher.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our class. How was your week? How have you been?
Tired.
I can imagine. Same here. That's right. Very good, very good. Okay, guys. Let's continue with what we were studying in previous classes, okay, in previous lessons. All right. So just a very quick review of things, okay? I'm gonna share my screen with you. And let's see. All right. A very quick review. How would you say this in English? How would you say this in English? John va a hacer arreglar su carro. All right. How would you say this in English? Or let's make it a little bit easier. John hizo arreglar su carro, just to have it slightly closer to what we saw in a previous class. So please do tell me. Don't forget to turn on your microphones if you want to speak, but please, let's speak. How would you say this in English? John hizo arreglar su carro. If you make a mistake, don't worry, but please speak. Because if we don't speak, this is not a class, okay? So please, how do you say John hizo arreglar su carro?
John got his car fixed.
Perfect. John got his car fixed. Excellent. Yeah, great. So yeah, that is the way to do it in English. This is not a literal translation. As I said in a previous class, in many cases, we can translate things and they are very, very, very close. I mean, the structure, the order of words, the type of words is very close to what we have in Spanish, sometimes exactly the same, right? Nunca he estado aquí. I have never been here. The words are the same, right? Estado, been, that kind of thing, right? However, in some cases like this, it doesn't really work that way. Now, how would you say this? A Mike se le ocurrió what is that? Una solución. How would you say this in English? Mm-hmm.
A solution?
I'm sorry, I only heard a solution. Could you repeat that? Because I think the first part was missing.
Maybe Mike find a solution.
Could be something like that. However, there is a phrasal verb.
Could be Mike came up with a solution.
Perfect. Mike came up with a solution. Yeah, very good. Good job, guys. Very good. And you were also close. But yeah, very good. So yeah, ocurrirse. Don't forget. Come up with. Yeah. So remember those phrasal verbs as well. Okay. If you still don't know them very well, please study them. Study them. Let's make a very quick check. Just tell me. Okay. How do you say in English? Llevarse bien con alguien.
Good morning, teacher.
Get along with.
Hello. Yeah, that's right. Good morning, everybody. That's right. Get along with. Very good. Get along with. Good. How do you say in English? Encargarse de algo.
Take care of.
Yeah, that's right. Very good. How do you say it in English? Soportar, tolerar. Well, we have tolerate, but there is also a phrasal verb that is much more common. So how do you say tolerar, soportar?
Tolerate with.
Excellent. That's right.
Handle it. Handle.
But it could also be something like that, right? It could also be handle. Yeah, that's right. Debe ser como manejar una situación. But also, yeah, that's right. Put up with. Very good. Put up with. Great, great. And there are more, but remember, which we already saw in 2 previous classes, right? We already rechecked them. We are just having a little review because since we only see each other once a week, well, of course, you have your homeworks and everything, but anyway, I like to do these little reviews before we continue. Okay, very good, very good. Yeah, now, something else that we were checking last week. How would you say this in English? He vivido aquí desde, I don't know, 1994. How would you say this in English?
I have lived
I have.
since
Yes, very good. I have or I've lived. That's right. Lived here.
It's 1944. 1994.
Yes. Excellent. Since 1994. This is the golden word of the day. Okay, very good. Very good. Yeah, that's right. Excellent. I've lived here since 1994. Now, notice, this is something that I was telling you in the previous class. In Spanish, oftentimes, in Spanish from Ecuador, not everywhere, tenemos la costumbre de, en vez de decir, he vivido aquí desde 1994, decir, yo vivo aquí desde el 94. Notan eso como en presente simple, ¿no? Vivo aquí desde el 94. Y claro, tiene que ver con el hecho de que decirlo así no lo estudie lingüísticamente, pero está en mí, grabado en el uso ya inherente que tengo, como todo mundo usa el idioma, pues no, que es una constancia, es una rutina, entonces tiene su sentido también. Pero también en español podríamos usar esto, ¿no? He vivido aquí desde el 94, he vivido desde antes hasta ahora, que es el presente perfecto, pues, ¿no es cierto? The present perfect. However, in English, well, in other Spanish-speaking countries, they would always say it this way. He vivido aquí desde 1994. And in English, it is mandatory to say it this way. En inglés no me funcionaría decir, I live here since 1994. Me quedaría mejor, I've lived here. He vivido aquí desde el 94. Okay, very good. How would you say, I don't know, I studied, I don't know, I was, let's say, or better, I'll put it in Spanish, you tell me in English, okay? Estuve en el colegio desde, let's see, I don't know. Desde el 2010 hasta el 2016, all right? Okay.
I have been in the high school since 2010 from 2016.
Something like that, okay? Yeah, that's right.
Since 2010 and 2016.
Something like that. You are close. You're very close. So you say, I was in high school. Very good.
From
that
2010 to 2016.
Yeah, that's right. So for example, let's say, okay, let's make a choice between from and since. From and since 2010 to, that two is very good, 2016 or 2016 as we also call it, right? So yeah, hasta would be to, right? And now this is the $1 million question. In this context, which of these two is correct? Which of the two is correct?
From?
From would be the right one. This would be the, in this case, notice that here, in the previous sentence, you could use, for desde, you could use since. You had to use since actually. But here, desde can't be since. It must be from. From, okay? So what is the difference? What is the difference? Here I used since. Here I used from. So when do I use since and when do I use from? What do you say?
When we have like a limit of time.
Yeah, something like that. Exactly. That's right. Correct. You have like a period, right? You have a starting point and you have an ending point. That's right. Correct. That is when you use from. Okay. So 2010 or 2010 would be your starting point, and 2016 would be your ending point, right? This would be your entry point, and this would be your exit point, right? Okay, very good. So yeah, that is why. Here you have these two very important pieces of information, right? Then we're desde is going to be from. Notice that I could also have said this. I could have also said this. Estuve en el colegio del 2010 al 2016. Esto en español también me funcionaría, ¿no? In Spanish this also works. Contrástenle con desde el 2010 hasta el 2016. Podría decir del 2010 al 2016. En inglés esto igual sería la misma cosa, ¿no? All right? So in Spanish I have the two ways of saying it, but in English there is this one, okay? Well, the two, we could use different words for the two, right? I could, hasta, I could have also used until, right? And that is a correct option. Para el caso, esta sí sería una opción correcta en cualquiera de los dos, ¿no? All right, very good. Good. So that is the thing. But yeah, the main difference is that if you're going to have a starting point and an ending point, starting point, ending point, then if you want to say desde o de, you have to use from. If, on the other hand, you're just using a starting point, like he vivido aquí desde el 94, quién sabe hasta cuándo, ¿no es cierto? So then I'm going to use since, okay? Then I'm going to use since. Let's do one more, okay? Let's do one more. So let's see. I've studied English since from I was very young. Which one would you choose in this case, since or from? Since or from?
Since.
Yep, very good. 1,000 points for you. Excellent. Very good. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. That would be the thing. Now let's do one more. I have classes. From or since?
From.
Yeah, in this
Since.
case it would be. In this case it would be from. Right? I have classes from Monday to Saturday. Saturday would be your initial point, your starting point. Monday, I mean, would be your initial point, your starting point, and Saturday is your ending point. All right? It's your exit. Okay? So yeah, that is going to be the main difference. Okay? That is going to be the main difference. Now, we had some other pieces of vocabulary that we were studying last class. I would just say, durante los años 60.
During.
Yeah, exactly. During the 60s, perfect. During the 60s, we could spell it like that or just like this, during the 60s. In Spanish, notice something, in Spanish you're not supposed to do this. En español no podemos en teoría hacer esto, ¿no? Poner el número y la S para decir la década, los 60s, sino podríamos ponerlo así como lo puse o en los años 60 o en los 60s con S, pero tendría que escribir toda la palabra. En inglés, en cambio, esto sí es correcto, ¿ok? So during the 60s or the 60s, it's the same thing, right? Number or letters, both are correct. But yeah, durante, during. So yeah, That was important. That was very important. Okay, there's another color here. Excellent. I would just say hace 10 minutos. How would you say this in English? I'm doing some Spanglish there. Hace 10 minutos. How would you say
10
it?
minutes ago.
Yeah, that's right. 10 minutes. Let's
10
use
minutes ago.
Perfect. 10 minutes ago. Ooh, what is that? 10 minutes ago. Yep. Very good. So hace ago. Very good. Let's use another color for this one. I don't know. Let's use purple. Okay. 10 minutes ago. Very good. Very good. So in Spanish, we use hace. In English, we use ago. And a lot of people confuse a little bit what is the pronunciation of this one. So don't forget, it is just like it looks. Ago. Ago. Okay. But also that is the intonation, because some people say ago or something like that, but it is ago. Ago. The stressed syllable is go. Okay. La mayor fuerza de voz está en la sílaba go. Okay. 10 minutes ago. Very good, very good. Now, how would you say? I don't know. Very, very easy. En 1989 cayó el muro de Berlín. This is actually, by the way, this is real information. So how would you say this one in English?
1989.
Yes, in 1989.
In 1989, the Berlin Wall fell.
Yeah, that's right. The Berlin Wall, very good. The Berlin Wall fell. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. This would be, this verb is fell, I'm sorry, fall, fell, and fallen. And of course, we could also have the gerund, right? The fall, fell, fallen. This is also a quick review. This is also a quick review. What is the meaning of fallen? What is the meaning of fallen?
Caído.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Very good. You won, I don't know, 1,500 points. Very good. So fallen, caído. Yes, very good. Okay, good, good, awesome. So, but in this case, of course, we don't want to say caído, we want to say cayó. So we have to use the past symbol of the verb. Very good. So in 1989, the Berlin Wall fell. So en, in, no mystery here, right? No mystery here in this part. It's relatively easy. There's probably a word I'm missing. So you have since, you have during, you have ago, you have from, you have to, and now let's go to the book for a moment, okay? Let's go to the book. Just a second here. It'll be ready in just a second. The program is a little bit slow sometimes, but it'll work out just in a second, okay? Okay, guys, all right? So, yeah, this is what we were checking out last class, okay? So if we make a quick review of this, you'll remember that this is basically the vocabulary that we just saw, but we also saw it. Oh, and there is one important word that I was forgetting. For. Let's take a look at this sentence. For about 220 years. What is the meaning of for about 220 years?
Por alrededor de 220 años.
Exactly, very good. Por alrededor de 220 años. Awesome, very good, very good. So por, right? So this is to express a period, a lapse, a duration of time. Okay, very good, very good. Now, so let's have a quick check. When was the first video game console released? Do you remember released? Well, release could be liberar, but we also use it when you put something in the market, a product, right? Exactly, lanzado. That's right, very good. So when was the first video game console released? During the 1970s, during the 70s, during the 1970s, right? How would you say this in Spanish? I say it in English in this case, and you say it in Spanish. What is during the 70s?
Durante los 70.
Exactly, very good. Now, what happens if I say this is another option in the 70s?
En los 70.
Yes, just like in Spanish, right? In this case, it's kind of easy because exactly the same thing happens in Spanish, right? So in this case, we can make a very literal translation and it still works. Sometimes that doesn't happen, but in this case, it is happening. Over 40 years ago, what is over 40 years? Well, what is just this one? 40 years ago. What is, without the over, single over, what is 40 years ago?
40 años atrás.
40 años atrás o hace 40 años.
Hace 40 años.
Yes,
Hace
cualquiera
40
de las
años.
dos está bien, ¿sí? 40 años atrás o hace 40 años. Cualquiera de las dos está bien. That's right, very good. And what is over 40 years ago?
Hace más de 40
Hace más de 40
años.
años.
Exactly, very good. Más de, perfecto. Over has many meanings, right? But it also expresses an excess of some sort, right? Like for example, if I say I'm overweight, estoy con sobrepeso, tengo sobrepeso, overweight, okay? So over can be like an excess. It has also many other meanings, right? This is over, esto está terminado, but it has its relationship, but it's not exactly the same thing from a Spanish perspective. But yeah, in this case, over 40 years ago, hace más de, el over sería ese más de, ¿no? Over 40 years ago. Very good. Now, let's take a look at this. How long were the Beatles together? From 1960 to 1970. Say that in Spanish.
Desde
Hasta
1960
Hasta 1970.
Yep, very good. Desde el 1960 hasta 1970. Very good. And what is the meaning of for 10 years?
Por 10 años.
Por 10 años, correcto. En español también podríamos decir durante 10 años, ¿no? Sí, pero en inglés, para eso, para explicar la duración de algo, diría, o sea, sobre todo cuando lo que tengo aquí no es solo un tiempo, como en los 70s, sino un periodo específico, 10 años, 20 años, 15 minutos, right? 10 years, 20 years, 15 minutes, 2 days, 4 seconds, all right? 1,000 nanoseconds, whatever, you say for, okay, to express a duration of time. Okay, very good. Now, a period of time that continues into the present, okay? So how long has Washington, D.C. been the capital of the United States? Since 1800. What is the meaning of since 1800?
Desde 1800.
Desde 1800, that's right. And what is, again, one more time, let's do it one more time, for about 220 years.
Por alrededor de 220 años.
Perfect. Awesome. Very good. Very good. Now, let's see. Let's do this little exercise here, okay? Oop, spoiler alert, I'm showing you the answers. I don't want to do that. Not now, at least. So, come on. It's popping out of nowhere. The book wants you to cheat. El libro quiere que hagan trampa. All right, let's do this. Let's do this little exercise, okay? Complete the paragraphs with the bold words from the grammar box. Okay? What is the meaning of the bold? What is the meaning of bold?
Negrita.
Yeah, that's right. Son las negritas. Cuando hablamos de palabras, por supuesto. All right, very good. Yeah, the bold words from the grammar box. Very good. Okay? So, what are the bold words from the grammar box? These ones, the ones we have studied, right? Sayings for, about. I suggest you do something. I suggest you make a screen capture or you take a picture of these grammar box, okay? Please do that. Do that. Make a screen capture or take a picture of this, okay? Of this screen here. Do that, please, so that you can have it. Apparently, the boss doesn't agree with me. Okay, did you do it? Did you make a screen capture or did you take a picture of this?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So now, using those words in bold, meaning during and everything, during, in, from, etc. Let's complete this exercise, okay? Come on, guys. What is happening? I mean, not you, the book. Won't stop showing the answers, okay? So let's do it with these exercises. 1 and 2, please complete with the words. Also, please notice the punctuation, okay? Notice the punctuation that you have sometimes. All right, guys, did you finish? Did you finish? All right, so let's check your answers there for a bit. Just let me do something here. Okay, very good. Just so that I have a more human name there on display. Okay, now let's see. The Olympic Games originated in ancient Greece about 3,000 years
Ago.
Yep, ago. Period, right? How do you say punto? Like, for example, punto seguido in English?
I don't know.
This one is period, okay? Period. Just a little interesting piece of information. We have different ways of saying point in English. Just a little parenthesis, like punto. If it is like un punto en el espacio, por ejemplo, o también una conversación, buen punto, como un argumento, ¿no? Como una pieza de un argumento, right? Punto en el espacio, this would be point, okay? So from point A to point B, del punto A al punto B, from point A to point B. Point also apuntar, right? Now, if you say punto, lo más fácil, ¿no? For websites, para páginas web, www. Let's put this one. All right. like for the typical www.google.com, no? O .universidadelasoy.com, etc. .edu, blah, 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 right? So for websites, do you know how to say punto in this case?
.com.
Yeah, that's right, dot. Very good. So www.google.com, or for your email, like for example, I don't know, Brian Andrade at, arroba is at, así se pronuncia la arroba, el simbolito, no? Right? So Brian at gmail.com again, right? So for websites and emails, okay? All right, email addresses, let's say, email addresses. Dot, and punto for punctuation, para puntuación, for punctuation in texts. Para puntuación en textos. So this is period, okay? Puede ser el punto seguido, puede ser el punto final. En inglés lo conocemos como period. En inglés de Estados Unidos, en inglés británico se le llama full stop, como parada completa, paró completamente, ¿sí? Right? In British English, full stop. In American English, period, okay? Let's use period, all right, for the time being to make it easier, okay? So, let's go back to this. So the Olympic Games, come on. The Olympic Games originated in ancient Greece about 3,000 years ago. From the 8th century BCE, what do we have here? To the 4th century CE. Very good. The games took place in Olympia. Period. Okay, period. The first modern Olympics were held in 1896 in Athens, very good, with male participants from 14 nations, that's right, period. Women have only competed in the Olympics.
Thanks.
In this case, yeah, that's right, very good. Since 1900, okay, since 1900, right, very good. Awesome. Now, let's take a, and period here. Okay, very good. And how do you say comma in English? Just a little thing. How do you say comma in English? No un coma de él tuvo un accidente y cayó en coma, sino la coma de puntuación. Aunque en realidad es igual, en inglés también se pronuncia igual. But how do you say this one in English? Not sure? Well, in English, comma is coma. We just spell it with a double M, okay? Double M, right? So, comma. But all the other punctuation has very different names. All the other punctuation marks have very different names. For example, how do you say in English, signo de interrogación? How do you say that? How do you say signo de interrogación in English?
Question mark.
Question mark. Yep, that's right. How do you say signo de admiración, de exclamación? Similar. Exclamation mark, right? Question mark and exclamation mark. Not a lot of mystery there. But, however, do you know how to say, I don't know, how to say dos puntos in English? So you're dictating something and you have to say, entonces los siguientes ítems que compramos fueron dos puntos, arroz, agua, pan, etc. How do you say dos puntos in English? Any idea? That is a colon. Nothing to do with dos puntos. A lo mejor pensábamos 2 periods, 2 points, algo por el estilo, ¿no? But nothing to do with that. Colon. América fue descubierta por Cristóbal dos puntos. Colon, C-O-L-O-N, okay? And punto y coma, any idea? Period and comma, no. Punto y coma in inglés is semicolon. So we have colon. Yeah, that's right. That's right, semicolon. Very good. So, dos puntos, colon. Punto y coma, semicolon. That's right, very good. And there's more, of course. But for now, let's remember coma. Very easy. Es la única que es igual. Coma and period, okay? La palabra punto es medio importante, sí, saberla, okay? So when you hear period in English, obviamente es lo mismo que periodo. How do you say periodo in English? Well, period, right? But how do you say punto? Period as well, okay? All right, very good. Now, let's continue with the exercise. So, again, women have only competed in the Olympics since 1900. All right, now the next one. Although no one knows for sure, comma, it's likely that the Chinese invented ice cream about 4,000 years
Ago.
Yep, ago, period. It was probably brought to Italy.
In.
In is an option. Yeah, yeah, that's right. In, during. ¿Cuál de las dos estará bien? In or during? Which one is the correct one? During or in?
During.
Yeah, but both are correct in this case. Las dos están bien en este caso. It was a trick question. Era una pregunta capciosa. But both are correct, okay? In or during the 13th century. Cuando hablemos de un siglo, de un año, puede ser cualquiera de los dos. En 1920, durante 1920, all right? Okay, very good. Sobre todo en contextos como este, ¿no es cierto? So, it was probably brought to Italy during the 13th century or in the 13th century. Both are correct. By Marco Polo. But the ice cream we enjoy today was probably created in Italy.
Over.
It could be over the 17th century. Sí estaría bien, sí estaría bien. Over the 17th century, o sea, eso sería como decir a lo largo del siglo XVII. Estaría bien, estaría bien. Solo que no era de las opciones que teníamos, digámoslo aquí, para llenar, ¿no? Ahora, si ustedes pusieran eso en una prueba, yo igual les pondría bien porque está bien. Pero dadas las opciones que teníamos para llenar aquí, ¿cuál otra podría ser aparte de over?
In.
In. And what is another option?
During.
Yep, that's right. In or during, just the same as in the previous one. Okay, very good. So, in or during the 17th century, and over would also be right. And spread through Europe, what do we have here? What do you say?
Since.
It could be since, claro, como desde el siglo XVIII hasta ahora, ¿no? Pero posiblemente sí se refiere, o sea, como la mayor época de expansión, cuando de verdad pasó, fue en ese siglo cuando se expandió por Europa. Tal vez ya no se ha expandido mucho más porque ya se expandió todo lo que podía expandirse. Tal vez de todas maneras aquí lo que mejor nos quedara sería in o during, ¿ok? Aunque el since no me suena del todo mal. Pero solo por eso, solo porque tal vez históricamente el helado se extendió en Europa en el siglo XVIII y después ya no se ha extendido mucho más, digamos, o sea, ya llegó por toda Europa en ese siglo. Si hubiera sido la expansión desde ese entonces y hasta ahora se sigue expandiendo, entonces me quedaría al pelo el since, ¿no? Pero posiblemente pasó y terminó la mayor expansión en ese mismo siglo, entonces creo que lo que mejor quedaría sí sería el in o el during mismo, ¿ok? But well thought of, pero estaba bien pensado igual. Very good, very good. Okay, and the last one. I mean, in the 18th century period, and now, before that time, what do you have here?
During.
Okay. So let's analyze it. So yeah, it could be. Let's see. If we say during that time, different flavors have been created. Durante ese tiempo, diferentes sabores han sido creados. Y si en cambio usamos since, me quedaría desde ese tiempo, distintos sabores han sido creados. ¿Cuál entonces les calza mejor? Since o during?
During.
En realidad, como habla desde ese tiempo y han sido creados, quiere decir desde ese entonces hasta ahora, entonces sí, lo que mejor quedaría es since en este caso. Desde ese tiempo, distintos sabores han sido creados, right? Ajá, o sea, no fue durante ese tiempo. Ahora, noten, si aquí dijéramos un during, por ejemplo, have been created ya no me calzaría muy bien. Aquí tendría que ser were created, fueron creados, ¿no? Pero have been created es desde ese entonces hasta ahora y quién sabe si siga pasando, ¿sí? Desde ahora, incluso desde el pasado hasta ahora y tal vez hasta el futuro, ¿sí? Entonces me quedaría mejor el since, ¿ok? Since that time, different flavors have been created, but vanilla is still America's favorite. What is the meaning of still, this one, still?
Sigue siendo.
Yeah, that's right. Sigue siendo, todavía es. Correct, very good, very good. Okay, now let's check your answers. Esas preguntas han estado queriendo salir desde hace un ratazo. So take a look at this. It would also be a good idea for you to make a screen capture of this. No sería mala idea que hagan una captura de esto también, ¿no? Aunque no me sale completo, pero al menos, o dos, ¿no? Podríamos empezar con esta. All right, take a look at this one. The Olympic Games originated in ancient Greece about 3,000 years ago. From the 8th century BCE to the 4th century CE, the games took place in Olympia. The first modern Olympics were held in 1896 in Athens, with male participants from 14 nations. Women have only competed in the Olympics since 1900, right? Although no one knows for sure, it's likely that the Chinese invented ice cream about 4,000 years ago. It was probably brought to Italy in or during, you see, in or during the 13th century by Marco Polo, but the ice cream we enjoy today was probably created in Italy in or during the 17th century and spread through Europe in or during the 18th century. Now, notice something here. Yeah. Any of the two is correct. In or during, in or during, in or during. But let's suppose you had to type or you had to write something like this. Digamos que ustedes tuviesen que escribir algo como esto. You had to write something like this or you had to type something like this. It would be, even though any of the two options is correct for any of these cases, it would be best, sería mejor, si ustedes les variaran. Si en una puse in, y puedo en las otras también poner in, en otras pongan during, y así no queda muy redundante, ¿me comprenden? Do you understand? So for example, in or during here, any of the two is correct, but also here, si tengo dos opciones y en cualquiera de las dos está bien el in y el during, en la una usen in, en la otra usen during al escribir ustedes para evitar redundancia y queda mejor, ¿no es cierto? Fluye mejor que si usamos la misma palabra muchas veces, all right? Now, since that time, different flavors have been created. Desde esa época, diferentes sabores han sido creados, but vanilla is still America's favorite, pero la vainilla es todavía el favorito de... When we say America in English, what are they referring to? What are
United States of America.
Exactly, correct, that's right. Even though, well, not just personally, but I think a lot of people are not very content with that. A lot of people are not very happy with that. And I think for good reason, right? I mean, English-speaking people always say America, not to refer to the continent of America, but to refer, like you say, to the United States of America, to the country, right? So if somebody says, oh yeah, I'm American, de ley no se están refiriendo a un boliviano o a un argentino o a un mexicano, ¿no es cierto? O a un ecuatoriano. De ley están diciendo soy de Estados Unidos, ¿no es cierto? Like, God bless America. No están bendiciéndonos a nosotros, están queriendo que Dios bendiga a Estados Unidos nada más, ¿no es cierto? Right? So, not very nice, no me parece bien, pero, sin embargo, así es, al menos hasta que la sociedad lo cambie de a poco, ¿sí? Pero hasta mientras, sí, eso va a pasar. Si ustedes ven, y esto es bueno que sepan, si no lo sabían de repente, si ven la palabra America, de ley, casi de ley, se está refiriendo a Estados Unidos más que al continente americano. Cuando hablan en el contexto específico, podríamos decir, what are the 5 continents? Y van a decir América, y ahí entienden todo, pero lo más típico es que cuando en inglés vean América, sea Estados Unidos. Igual el gentilicio, o sea, la nacionalidad. The same thing happens with that, right? If you see If you say he's American, they're not saying él es americano. Se están diciendo él es de Estados Unidos, él es estadounidense. That is the thing. All right? Very good, very good. So that was the thing. Now, a couple of questions here. Do you know who Marco Polo was? Do you know who Marco Polo was? Does anybody know? Yes? Can you tell us maybe a little bit about it? Who was he? This is not a test, by the way. We're just having a little conversation. But who was Marco Polo?
He was a he was explorer.
Ah, very good. Yes, that's right. He was an explorer. And where was he from? Do you remember?
Venezia, Italy.
Yeah, that's right. He was from Italy, and specifically, from Venice. He was from Venice in Italy. Very good, very good. And where did he go? Where did he go? Because he was an explorer. So what did he explore?
Asia.
Asia. That's right. Very good. He went to Asia, right? And he brought a lot of knowledge from Asia to Italy and therefore to Europe, right? And do you know what century he lived in by any chance?
18th century, maybe.
I think it was even before that. Even before that. Did you say 18th century? It was probably, yeah, but that is kind of close. But I think it was perhaps even before that. So let me see if I can find some information in English about this. This is probably going to be too long. All right. Yeah, this is too long. I had a video, but for some reason it. Okay, this is great. Yeah, this is the video that I wanted to show you. Let's just take a look at this video and let's listen. All right, let's listen. Just share the screen with you. Just a second until this is ready. Let's hope our internet connection also works fine. Today, I think it's a little bit better than other times. Oh, by the way, I updated my internet provider. I got another internet provider with a better plan, and I think it's working better. I certainly hope so. Okay. Let's take a look at this, all right? Let's take a look at this video.
Marco Polo was born in 1254 in the Italian city of Venice.
Very good. Can you hear the audio?
Yes,
teacher.
Yes, teacher.
Awesome, very good. Let me see if I can show you some subtitles. No, it doesn't have subtitles, but please pay a lot of attention, okay? Pay a lot of attention.
Marco Polo was born in 1254 in the Italian city of Venice. Marco's father...
Did you get when was he born? ¿Captaron cuándo nació? Did you get when was he born? They mentioned the year.
1254.
Very good. So 1254. What is that in Spanish, 1254? 1254. That's right, very good. And what century is this? What century is this?
Siglo XIII.
Yep, that's right. The 13th century. The 13th century. Noten una cosa, ¿no? Estaba muy bien lo que dijo Mateo, me parece que fue el siglo XIII. En español decimos los siglos en números cardinales. ¿Qué son números cardinales? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 528, 2000, los típicos, ¿no? ¿Y qué son números ordinales? De orden, ¿no? ¿Cuáles son los ordinales? Primero, segundo, tercero, cuarto. So, in Spanish, we use cardinal names for the centuries. El siglo XI, el siglo XII, el siglo XX, el siglo XXI. In English, we use ordinal numbers for the centuries, okay? Like, for example, the first century, the second century, the 16th, con TH al final. Esa TH suena como la feta española, ¿no? The 16th century, the 20th century, el siglo XX, ¿no? So in English, we use the ordinals, okay? So yeah, like Mateo says, he was born in the 13th century, en el siglo XIII, right? 1254, en 1254. All right, very good. Let's watch it again. And this time, I won't stop it, okay?
Marco Polo was born in 1254 in the Italian city of Venice. Marco's father Niccolo was a jewel merchant and left the family when Marco was 6 years old to go trade near the Black Sea. He and his brother Maffeo ended up all the way in the Mongolian Empire and had audiences with the most powerful ruler of that era, Kublai Khan, the grandson of Genghis Khan. Niccolo returned home when Marco was 15 years old. 2 years later, Niccolo and Maffeo went on another journey, and Niccolo took his 17-year-old son Marco with him. This time, the goal of the journey was to go straight to the court of Kublai Khan. The Khan was very interested in European culture as well as Christianity and asked the brothers for several items. After a 3.5-year journey, Marco, Niccolo and Maffeo arrived at the court of Kublai Khan in 1275. Niccolo presented his son to the Khan and offered him in service of the emperor. Marco served Kublai Khan for over 16 years, where he took on various sorts of diplomatic and administrative roles for the emperor, but also entertained the Khan with interest in stories about the lands he had traveled. At the end of their stay, the Polos asked permission from Kublai Khan to return home to Venice. Although he preferred them not to, he gave them a final mission to escort Keukenjin, a Mongolian princess, to Persia, where she would become the bride of the Persian Khan Arghun. The Polos left the service of the Khan in 1291. After a perilous journey, they arrived in Persia around 1293. During their journey, however, Arghun had died and a new suitor for Keukenjin had to be found before the Polos could continue their journey home. She instead married Arghun's son, Ghazan. Kublai Khan died on February 18, 1294, while the Polos were still on their way home. This allowed local rulers to reassert themselves and demand payments from traders. The Polos had to give up quite a significant portion of their acquired fortune in order to come back home. After a 24-year-long period, the Polos returned to Venice in 1295, barely speaking their native tongue and their family thinking they were long dead. At that time, Venice was at war with Genoa, and in 1298 Marco financed his own war galley to participate in this war. He was captured during a naval battle at the Battle of Corzola, and ended up in a Genoan prison. During his stay in prison, Marco, a skilled storyteller, entertained his fellow prisoners with tales of his travels to the Mongolian Empire. One of his cellmates, Rusticello da Pita, wrote down these stories, and the result of these tales became known as the Travels of Marco Polo, and became Europe's primary source of information about China until the 19th century. In 1299, Genoa and Venice declared peace, and Marco was released from prison and returned to Venice. He married Donata Badur the following year and had 3 daughters with her, Fantina, Belella and Moretta. Marco spent his remaining days as a businessman, dying on January 8, 1324. On his deathbed, many people asked Marco if all the tales from his book were indeed reality, to which he famously replied, "I did not write half of what I saw, for I knew I would not be believed." Thank you for watching.
That is interesting, right? So, yeah, the English here was perhaps a little bit complex, right? The narrator was speaking in a very peculiar accent. You notice that? But anyway, probably you got some of the info here, and probably you already knew about Marco Polo before, right? But it's interesting. To this day, American children and also other people play a little game in which one of the children say Marco and the other says Polo, right? When they are in different places, for example, to find each other, one says Marco and the other in another place screams Polo. I mean, it is famously because of these characters. So something very interesting that they mentioned, his trips happened during the 13th century, right? So yeah, he first went to Mongolia to meet Kublai Khan, the son of Genghis Khan, the extremely famous Genghis Khan, right? His father did that as well. But then on his way, he saw many different countries, including China, and then in the prison in which he befell, there he met this other guy who wrote his stories, right? Who wrote his stories, and his stories were the main source in Europe about information about China until the 19th century, right? So during 5 centuries, from the 13th century until the 18th century, from the 18th century to the 19th century, most of the things that people in Europe knew about China was because of Marco Polo. Then the world became a little bit more globalized in those times. Interesting, right? And they asked him, so Marco Polo, the things that are written about you in the books, are they all true? Are they all true? La gente como dudando y pensando que se habían inventado muchas de las cosas para el libro, pues no. And he said, I did not write half of what I saw, for I knew I would not be believed. No escribí ni la mitad de lo que vi, porque sabía que no sería creído, que no me creerían, right? So probably the things that happened to him were even more spectacular than what was written in the book. Pero aún más espectaculares de lo que pasó en el libro. Ahora, quién sabe? Who knows if that is true or not? But anyway, it could be. It could be. Okay, very good. And he brought, well, amongst many other things, some very interesting cooking recipes to Europe from China, right? Do you know what were some of the very famous recipes or the very famous foods that he brought from China to Italy? And nowadays we know them as Italian food, but originally they came from China. Do you know what are some of these?
Spaghetti.
Yeah, that's right. Spaghetti and pasta in general. Pasta in general. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And everybody's favorite.
Species.
Which one?
Species like, I don't know, maybe cinnamon.
Well,
things like
some, yeah, that's right, that's right. Some were brought from China. I mean, they were sort of, but yeah, that is true. That is true. That also happened. Kind of similar to what happened later on with Christopher Columbus, who wanted to, he wanted to travel to Asia again to bring those species, right? The spices, right? To bring some spices, that would be the word. So, but yeah, that is true. Like things that weren't so I mean, they didn't exist all that much in Europe, but they were great for cooking. So all of these spices, yeah, that's right. Correct. Very good. And there is an extremely famous Italian dish that he also brought from China. Do you know what that is? And it is probably
Pizza.
Yeah, exactly, pizza. So everybody knows pizza is from Italy, right? However, well, it's been made popular by the United States. I mean, worldwide. If everybody around the world eats pizza and eats pizza so much, it doesn't matter if you are in Beijing or in Wallaceo, everybody eats pizza, right? So it was made popular by the United States, but the United States took it from Italy. Because, there were lots of Italian immigrants into the United States, especially in the first half of the 20th century, right? Sobre todo durante la primera mitad del siglo XX hubo cantidad de migrantes italianos a Estados Unidos. So they were there, they made pizza, and then since the United States is as big as it is, the United States loved pizza and they made it popular all over the world. Y ellos la popularizaron por el mundo. But yeah, originally, that's right. Originally, pizza didn't come from Italy. It came from China. However, it seems that the Italians made some changes to the recipe that were very welcome. Aparentemente los italianos le hicieron cambios a la receta que fueron muy bienvenidos. Entonces, la gloriosa pizza que conocemos hoy por hoy, claro, el origen es chino si se quiere, pero entre comillas, mejorado en Italia, no? It was improved in Italy, maybe. All right, very good, very good. So yeah, a little history about Marco Polo. And now, what we have here in the book, let me go to the book. Where is the book? Here's the book. Okay, so, although no one knows for sure, it's likely that the Chinese invented ice cream about 4,000 years ago. It was probably brought to Italy in the 13th century by Marco Polo, right? So pasta, like spaghetti, for example, also pizza, and also ice cream. So all of these magnificent things, todas estas cosas maravillosas, they were originally Chinese, and brought to Italy, and then from Italy to all of the Western world. De Italia a todo el mundo occidental, ¿no? Right, so did you know this about ice cream? ¿Sabían esto del helado? Did you know this about ice cream?
No, teacher.
Okay. But yeah, that's right. However, as you can see, again, it was brought from China, but the Italians made changes in the recipe, pero los italianos hicieron cambios en la receta para hacer el helado cercano a como lo conocemos hasta el día de hoy, desde el siglo XIII hasta el día de hoy. Pero por supuesto, hoy por hoy es mucho más frecuente, en gran medida gracias a la invención de la refrigeración eléctrica, pues, ¿no es cierto? Es mucho más fácil que tengamos helado en abundancia en muchas partes. Imagínense, era un poco difícil tener helado cuando no había refrigeradoras, pues, ¿no es cierto? Se podía, pero tenía que ser muy instantáneo y rápido. Conseguir hielo no era tan fácil. Todo eso, pues, ¿no es cierto? All right, very good, very good. But yeah, and the very famous Italian gelato, el helado italiano is very, very famous, right? Okay, very good, but this is the thing. Okay, very good. Now, let's take a look at some of the vocabulary here. So, here we have a very important word. What is the meaning of although? What is the meaning of although?
A pesar de que.
Bueno, a pesar podría ser, sí, correcto, ajá, sí, correcto, a pesar de, o aunque también, sí, correcto, but it's correct, very good, a pesar de, o aunque, yes, you're right, a pesar de que nadie lo sabe con seguridad, o aunque nadie lo sabe con seguridad, that's right. Probably, if you didn't know this word, probably you did, right? Probably most of you did. Seguramente la mayoría de ustedes la conocía, pero si no la conocían, anotaránse, por favor, ese although, es una palabra súper importante. It's a very important word. Ustedes saben, bueno, ¿qué palabra no es importante, no es cierto? Eso es todo un tema. ¿Cómo no va a ser importante saber cómo se dice mesa, cómo se dice computadora, cómo se dice barco, cómo se dice edificio, cualquier cosa, ¿no? Pero ¿con qué frecuencia se van a topar con la palabra mesa en una lectura X? Tal vez de vez en cuando, ¿no? ¿Con qué frecuencia se van a topar con la palabra barco en una lectura X que les toque o al escuchar algo? Tal vez sí, pero más probablemente no. Pero ¿con qué frecuencia se van a topar con aunque? No importa de lo que estén leyendo, puede ser del tema que sea, es muy probable que se topen en una lectura con la palabra aunque, ¿no es cierto? O con palabras como sin embargo, por lo tanto, no solo palabras sino expresiones, también microfrases, pues, ¿no? Entonces, esas palabras funcionales, como que se les conoce, es muy importante que las conozcamos, ¿no? They're very important for you to know. But very good, like Stephanie says, I think it was Stephanie, aunque o a pesar de, or was it Samantha? Well, anyway, so that is the thing, okay? Now, although no one knows for sure, aunque nadie, o a pesar de que nadie lo sabe con seguridad, it's likely that the Chinese invented ice cream about 4,000 years ago. What is the meaning of this? Likely. Read the sentence. Even if you don't know it, try to infer it. Incluso si no le conocen a la palabra, por el contexto, por la frase, traten de inferir, traten de deducir. ¿Qué significará este likely? What is the meaning of likely? It's likely.
Probable.
Posible.
Probablemente,
Exacto.
probable.
Correcto, es probable. Bien, bien. That's right. Very good. Ajá, es probable. Yes, that's right. It's likely that the Chinese invented ice cream about 4,000 years ago. Es probable que los chinos hayan inventado el helado hace 400 años, hace 4,000 años. Right, very good. Very good, very good. Now, what else do we have here? So, I'm just going to read it one more time for you, okay? So, although no one knows for sure, it's likely that the Chinese invented ice cream about 4,000 years ago. It was probably brought to Italy during the 13th century by Marco Polo, but the ice cream we enjoy today was probably created in Italy in the 17th century and spread through Europe during the 18th century, okay? Since that time, different flavors have been created, but vanilla is still America's favorite. What is your favorite ice cream flavor? What is your favorite ice cream flavor? Well, first of all, do you like ice cream?
Of course.
Yeah, that's right. Who doesn't like ice cream? Who doesn't like ice cream?
I, teacher.
You don't like ice cream?
No.
No, well, Goodbye. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Goodbye.
Just kidding. It's okay. It's okay. Not everybody has the same tastes. That is fine. That is fine. All right. Very good. Yeah, it's funny. One of my sisters doesn't like ice cream very much, and my other sister loves ice cream like you wouldn't believe. So even though they're sisters, you know, sometimes we have those differences as well. It's fine. It's fine. But out of those of you who do like ice cream, what is your favorite flavor? What is your favorite ice cream flavor?
Chocolate.
Oh, for some reason I knew that was going to be it. I guessed it. Lo adiviné. Yeah, chocolate. Very good. Yeah, that's a good one. Any other? Any other? Well, sometimes you have these very particular names and stuff like, right? But yeah, probably around the world, the two most consumed ice cream flavors are chocolate and vanilla. Yeah. Okay. Good. Now, let's go back.
How do you say maracuya?
Oh, that is a good question.
Passion fruit.
Yeah, that's right. Passion fruit. Passion fruit. La fruta de la pasión. Yeah, that is how you say maracuya. That's right. Passion fruit. So that is your favorite. Oh, that's a good one. I like the juice. Passion fruit juice is one of my favorites. Yeah. That's a good flavor. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that is right. La fruta de la pasión. Maracuya. That's right. Passion fruit. Correct. Okay, now let's go into this paragraph that we have here. Let's go into this paragraph. Okay. I'm going to read it. Listen, please. And I'm going to ask you some interesting questions about this one. Okay. So the Olympic Games originated in ancient Greece about 3,000 years ago. From the 8th century BCE to the 4th century CE, the Games took place in Olympia. The first modern Olympics were held in 1896 in Athens, with male participants from 14 nations. Women have only competed in the Olympics since 1900. All right. Now, let's take a look at this. What is the meaning of, or let's see, from the 8th century BCE to the 4th century CE. First of all, notice that centuries use in English ordinal numbers. Okay? Noten que en inglés, para hablar de siglos, how do you say, first of all, how do you say siglo in English?
Century.
Century, that's right. And as an interesting fact, como dato curioso, en español también tenemos la palabra centuria y significa siglo, pero rara vez alguien dice centuria, ¿no? Lo han de ver en poesías tal vez, sobre todo del siglo XIX para atrás, lo han de ver a veces en novelas de las buenas, de las que se leen, quiero decir. Sí, lo han de ver así a veces, pero casi nadie lo usa, siempre decimos siglo en español. Sin embargo, en inglés, century, that's right. Se parece a centuria, no? Century. Very good. Now, notice that in English, for centuries, we use, as I said before, ordinal numbers. Usamos ordinales. ¿Cómo está ese 8 ahí? No está como 8, está como octavo, ¿no es cierto? ¿Qué tiene al final? ¿Cuáles son las últimas letras en octavo, en inglés?
TH.
TH, that's right. So if you say 8, 8, only with a T, right? But if you say octavo, eighth. Noten que la TH suena como la Z de los españoles, ¿no es cierto? Suena así, ¿sí? La TH. Entonces, si quieren decir 8, 8. Pero si quieren decir octavo, eighth, right? Si quieren decir 4, 4. No sé, obviamente, ¿no? 4. Si quieren decir cuarto, fourth. Don't forget that, okay? Let's practice a little bit. How do you say in English cuarto? Speaking about numbers, how do you say cuarto in English?
Fourth.
Yes, very good. How do you say sexto? Este es medio difícil. How do you say sexto?
Six.
Yeah, that's right. Se hace casi como 2 sílabas, ¿no? Sixth. Yeah, that's right. How do you say séptimo?
17.
Seven.
7th. That's right. Bueno, 17 sería más bien como 17, ¿no? Pero 7th con la TH al final, ¿no? 7th. That's right. Sería el séptimo. That's right. Very good. 7th. Correct. Very good. Now, notice that in Spanish we use cardinal numbers for the centuries. En español usamos los cardinales. El siglo 8, el siglo 20. En inglés, en cambio, usan los ordinales. El siglo octavo, el siglo 20. En inglés se usa así, ¿no? The 8th century. How did you say el siglo 20 in English? How would you say that? El siglo 20 in English.
20th century.
Yep, the 20th century. Perfect. The 20th century. Very good. The 20th century. Yes. Good. Very good. So, again, let's go back to this. From the 8th century BCE to the 4th century CE. Now, what is the meaning of this? What is BCE and what is CE? Any idea? Does anybody
Before
know?
Christ
For
era.
Christ, after Christ.
Yeah, it's something like that. It is something like
Before-
that. You're
before
very close.
common.
Aha, that was a word. Before common era. Yeah, that's right. Let me show you something, okay? Let me show you something. Let's go back to my word screen here. Okay. Let's do this. For example, if you say, let's go in Spanish first, okay? Let's go in Spanish first. How would you say, or what is the meaning of this in Spanish? Digamos, 1230. Estoy hablando del año, ¿no? Voy a decirlo en español un momento. 1230 AC. Pongamos por acá 1230, nos vamos con toda esa diferencia de años, o pongamos otro año, ¿sí? 1504 DC. ¿Qué sería esto en español? ¿Qué sería ese AC en español?
Antes de Cristo.
Antes de Cristo. ¿Y qué sería DC?
Después de
Después
Cristo.
de Cristo.
Después de Cristo, ¿no? Sí, that's right. Okay, very good. Marvel y DC, digo, perdón, AC y DC, ¿correcto? Como AC/DC, ¿no es cierto? Right? Okay, now. Ahora, ¿qué pasaría en inglés? ¿Cómo dirían en inglés en 1230 antes de Cristo? Y aquí la pregunta clave, ¿cómo se dice en inglés antes?
Before.
Before. Entonces, ¿cómo será antes de Cristo en inglés?
BCE.
BCE, sí, el I ya lo vamos a ver que claro, estamos por ahí, estamos bien. Ahora, aquí hay una cuestión. Si solo pongo BCE sería la nomenclatura moderna. That is the modern nomenclature. That is the modern way of calling it. But yeah, hasta hace no mucho, hasta los años 90, o sea, hasta hace bastante poco en realidad, hasta los 90, se usaba todavía en la mayoría de textos, ustedes verán esta forma simplemente. BC, que claro, en inglés sería before Christ. Oops, what is that? Christ. Jesus Christ, ¿ok? BC, before Christ. Claro, en español, AC, antes de Cristo, pero ¿cómo se dice antes en inglés? Before. Entonces, en inglés, BC es before Christ. Estas dos, en realidad, entonces, estas dos serían lo mismo, ¿no es cierto? Spanish and English. All right. Ahora, 1504. En español, ¿qué es este DC?
Después de Cristo.
Ajá, después de Cristo. ¿Cómo diríamos eso en inglés? El después de Cristo. ¿Cómo se dice después en inglés?
After Christ.
Ajá, that's right, after Christ. So, what letters do we use?
A and C.
Exactly. Mhm. So, this would be after Christ. And this causes a lot of confusion. Esto causa bastante confusión, ¿no? En español, ¿qué es AC? Antes de Cristo. Y en inglés, ¿qué es AC?
Después de Cristo.
Después de Cristo, sí, entonces es al revés, por eso tendrán cuidado con eso, ¿ok? Very good, very good. Sí, pero tendrán cuidado con aquello, ¿ok? ¿Ok? Porque esto sí puede causar confusión, ¿sí? ¿Está claro, pero esto hasta aquí? ¿Sí me están siguiendo? Are you following?
Yes, teacher.
All right, awesome, very good. So yeah, this is the classic nomenclature that you will find in many texts. It's because it was used for a long time, until the 90s, basically, right? Entonces usábamos igual que lo que se usa en español, casi, o sea, yendo a la traducción directa, BC, antes de Cristo, before Christ, AC, AC, después de Cristo, after Christ. Ahora, en algún punto se decidió cambiar esto un poco, ¿sí? Cojamos 1230 mismo y vamos a decir el mismo año, pero ya no voy a decir BC, sino BCE. Y por ahí uno de ustedes dijo lo que era esto exactamente. Y claro, estaba muy bien también lo que dice Stephanie, era, ¿sí? Solo que ese C, esta C de aquí, ya no es para Cristo. Esto ya no es de Dios. Esto ya no se usa para Cristo en esta parte, ¿sí? Sería before, por ahí alguien dijo lo que era.
Common era.
Yeah, exactly. Before common era, antes de la era común. Pero noten que es lo mismo que este de aquí, o sea, es el mismo año en la historia, exactamente el mismo año, no es uno distinto. Entonces, BC y BCE en términos prácticos son lo mismo, solo que, qué sé yo, por ponerse más científicos, decidieron, en vez de llamarle Before Christ, llamarle Before Common Era. Because, well, you know, we didn't always use the birth of Christ, the birth of Jesus Christ, as our standard to start counting the time. This was decided by the church, but it was decided way later. It was decided in the 5th century. Recién en el siglo V se decidió empezar a contar los años tomando el nacimiento de Cristo como año cero. Y también es difícil saber si ese fue, o sea, el año que se estableció como el año del nacimiento de Cristo, es muy difícil estar seguros si es que sí fue ese año precisamente, ¿sí? Porque los registros históricos, aunque los hay, pues, ¿no es cierto?, no son del todo precisos. Por más que hay estudios históricos y toda la cosa, pero es difícil saber el año preciso en realidad en el que nació Cristo. Pero bueno, es muy probable que haya sido ese que la iglesia tomó en ese punto y se le consideró a ese el año cero para empezar a contar la historia de la humanidad, pues, ¿no es cierto? Y todo lo que pasó antes de eso, pues, antes de Cristo, porque se consideró el nacimiento de Cristo como el hecho más importante de la historia para la religión cristiana, concretamente católica, imperante durante la Edad Media en Europa, pues, ¿no es cierto? ¿Sí? Entonces, desde ahí nos viene hasta el día de hoy. Pero en épocas recientes, hablando de la ciencia de la historia, ¿no es cierto?, en el inglés se decidió cambiar esta nomenclatura del BC como Before Christ a BCE, antes de la era común. Pero en realidad, ¿a qué se están refiriendo como era común? Igual a la que conocíamos como antes de Cristo, después de Cristo. O sea, es el mismo año exactamente, solo con otro nombre, ¿ok? All right. Now, what is this? Por ejemplo, el 1504, CE. ¿Qué será ese CE simplemente? What is that?
Common era.
Common era. Ajá, de la era común. O sea, los años en los que estamos viviendo ahora, por ejemplo, right? This would be this year that we are living right now. It is 2020 CE, right? 2020 Common Era. En la nomenclatura nueva. En la nomenclatura antigua sería 2020 AC, después de Cristo, ¿no es cierto? Right? Pero noten, esa es la cuestión. Solo que ahora, hoy por hoy, desde los 90s hasta el día de hoy, más se han de topar con esto, BCE y CE. Pero ya saben, para la relación directa con el español, for a direct relation with Spanish, BCE, antes de Cristo, CE, después de Cristo, aunque literalmente significan antes de la era común y esto en la era común. ¿Sí? Do you understand?
Yes, teacher.
All right. Very good, very good. So don't forget that when you see these things, now you know them. All right, very good. Now let's go into something. Let's go into something else. Let's practice. Sometimes I've noticed that some people, not you, but some people, in my experience, sometimes experience some problems with is understanding how to say the years and the numbers in English because it's not exactly the same thing, right? It is not exactly the same thing. I'm going to insert a little chart here. Okay. So this is going to be for the numbers and this is going to be for the years, okay? So, for example, let's suppose this. Supongamos que tengo $1,765. ¿Cómo diríamos eso en inglés? Tengo $1,765. How do you say that in English?
Well, $1,765.
Yep, that's right. I have 1,700. Let's use a comma here. 1,765 dollars, for example, right? So the number, el número es así. 1,000, 1,700, 765, 65, right? 1,000, 1,000, 700, 700, ¿no? Ah, una cosa también. Con el 100 he oído a mucha gente que pronuncia como hundred o algo así. Pero noten que el dread del final se pronuncia letra por letra. D-R-E-D. No there, sino dread. Let's repeat. Dread. Let's say dread. Everybody, let's say dread.
Dread.
Very good.
Dread.
Now let's say 100.
100.
100.
100.
100.
100.
100.
600.
600.
900. 900.
900.
100.
Yes, very good, very good. So don't forget, no dirán algo como hundred o algo por el estilo, tiene que sonar esa dread, ¿no? Dread, okay, 100. All right, very good. So yeah, this would be the number. This would be the number. But what about the year? How do we say this year in English?
1765.
1765.
Very good, 1765. All right, so we split it. We split it up in two, right? We split it in two. 1765 for the year. And why do we do this? Why do you think this is done for years? Why? In Spanish it is the same, right? En español es igual. Tengo $1,765 en el banco. Esto ocurrió en el año 1765. Digo igual. But in English, I make it different. Why do you think that this form was invented? Any idea?
Can you repeat, teacher? I couldn't hear you.
Sure. So we have these two ways of calling this, right? In Spanish, it would be the same. En español sería lo mismo, ya sea el número o el año, ¿no es cierto? 1765. Pero en inglés le diferenciamos. Para el año decimos todo esto, igualito que en español. 1765, 1765. But for the year, we have this other form, right? 1765. Why do you think this other form was invented? ¿Por qué creen que se habrá inventado esta otra forma? Any idea? No? Well, actually, the answer is very easy. The answer is very easy. It is because this is a lot easier and faster to say. That is the only reason. La única razón es que decirlo así. 1765 es mucho más rápido y fácil que decir 1765, right? Entonces, para hablar de años cada vez, se vuelve mucho más fácil hacer esta separación, dividirlo en dos. Esa es la única razón en realidad. That is the only reason. That is the only reason, okay?
Okay,
Now,
teacher.
let's go into another year. I don't know. In what year did the Berlin Wall, the Wall of Berlin, fall? ¿En qué año cayó el muro de Berlín? Little history lesson here. What year was it?
I think theory, sí, 1989.
Yep, 1989. Very good. So so the year would be that, and what is the number? The number would be 1,000. What else?
989.
Yes, 89. 1,889. Tal como en español. 1000, 1,000. 900, 900. 89, 89. That's right. Very good, very good. Ahora, now, how do you say the year? ¿Cómo diríamos el año 1989?
1989.
1989. 1989. Notice, for an American, 1989. 1989, 80. For a British, 1989. For a British, 1989, 80. Los británicos siempre marcan la T, ¿no? Igual. Bueno, para el 60 termina siendo casi igual, pues, ¿no? Now, very good, very good. Oh, now let's go into another year. I don't know. Let's say the year, well, the number would be, tell me the number. What is the number? One, you continue. Tell me the number.
1,908.
908.
Yes, 1,908. Yes, simply like that, right? 8. This should be a lower cap. Okay? Okay, very good, very good. Now, how do you say this? How do you say this year in English? The year.
1908.
Yeah,
08.
very good, very good. 19. Excellent. What you said is perfect. 1908. Awesome. Very good. Oh, what is that? Okay, there we go. 1908. Why O? ¿Por qué esto? Because, 19, of course, but then we have 08, ¿no es cierto? What letter does the number 0 resemble? ¿A qué letra se parece el 0?
The O.
Oh, of course. So that is the reason why you said it very well. 1908. Now let's go with something like that. Let's do this year. Okay. So this would be again 1,206, right? 1,206. But let's say the year. You tell me the year. What year is this?
1206.
Yeah, 1206. The year of 1206. 1206. Okay, very good, very good. So just in case you didn't know, now you know. Okay, just in case you didn't know. Now, what number is this? What number is this?
2000.
2,000.
2000.
And what year is this? What year is this?
2000.
2000.
2000.
Yeah, in this case, there is no change, okay? In this case, there is no change. Why? Because it is easy. Si le quisiéramos hacer algo como lo que hicimos acá, tendría que decir, no sé, 2000, alguna cosa así, se me hace más complicado. En cambio, decir simplemente el número tal cual, aquí es más fácil, ¿no? Noten aquí, en cambio, decir 1206, ¿cuánto tiempo toma, no es cierto? En cambio, solamente decir 1206 es mucho más rápido, ¿no es cierto? Pero sin embargo, acá, más bien al revés, si quisiera hacerlo distinto al año, distinto al número, perdón, ya más bien me complico. Por eso el número y año son iguales, ¿no? 2000, all right? 2000. Let's go with this year. Okay. ¿Qué año sería este? ¿Qué número es? ¿Y qué año? What is the number and what is the year?
2000.
2006.
2006. And the year is?
2006.
Aquí tengo una doble opción. Sí, por ahí oí dos respuestas y ambas tienen razón. Uno podría ser igual, simplemente 2006. Igual que el número. Y está correcto. Y la otra opción sí es 2006. Correcto. La otra opción sí sería, ¿no? 2006, ¿no es cierto? ¿Sí? Entonces, cualquiera de las dos opciones para este año es correcta, ¿ok? 2006 o 2006. De hecho, se usa un poquito más la de... Bueno, se usaba, es interesante, durante estos años, cuando estábamos empezando los 2000, que fue una época en la que tuvimos un cambio que no había habido en mucho tiempo, o sea, hablando de cómo denominar los años, pues, ¿no es cierto? Tuvimos todo un siglo de decir 1973, 1973, 1984, 1984, 1999, 1919, y después recién empezaron los 2000 y fue algo que no se había visto en mucho tiempo, pues, ¿no? 2001, 2002. Entonces, durante los 2000 tempranos, durante los primeros 2000, cuando ustedes eran chiquitos, la mayoría, uno que otro a lo mejor ni nacía en los primeros, pero la mayoría de ustedes eran chiquitos en los primeros 2000, ¿no? Se decía de esa manera. 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004. Más bien después, más bien ya desde el 2014, más o menos en adelante, se les empezó en retrospectiva a decir esos años de la forma que dijo Stephanie. 2006. 2006. Pero igual está bien decir, en este caso también, 2006, para los 2000, ¿ok? Is that clear?
Yes, teacher.
All right, very good. Very good. Let's do a little bit more, okay? Let's do a little bit more. How would you say this one in English? So the year and the number of the year. What number is this?
2009.
2009, correct. And what year is it?
2009.
Yes, it could be. Or also 2009, correct. 2009 or also, very good, 2009. Yeah, that's right. That's it. That's it. Now let's go a little bit further in time. Let's go to this year. This was a good year for me. What do you say? How do you say this year in English? This number. Oh.
2015.
2015. And the year?
No.
2015.
2015.
Yes. Y aquí también puede decirse de las dos formas. 2000, 2015, the year 2015, o también the year 2015. All right, good. De ambas maneras, aunque para los años del 2011 en adelante sí se ha usado más esta segunda, ¿no? 2011, 2012, 2015, aunque sí, sobre todo así mismo en los comienzos de los 2010, o sea, 2010, 2011, 2012, sí se usaba más la primera forma, 2010, 2011, 2012. Después empezó a irse prefiriendo de a poquitos gradualmente esta segunda más bien, right? And now we are in the year, well, the number would be 2020, of course. Para este sí, que yo casi nunca he oído a nadie decir la primera forma, ¿sí? Casi siempre he visto la segunda. So, what year is this? What year is this?
2020.
That's right. The famous year 2020. Que todos pensaban que iba a ser hermoso por lo lindo que se decía. Yeah, that's right. Okay, very good, very good. So, American English 2020. British English, ¿cómo dirían en británico?
$2020.
Yeah, that's right. So if I am American, we are in the year 2020. If I am British, we are in the year 2020. All right? Good, good, very good. Okay, so just a little bit about the years. Now, another thing. Notice this. Yendo a otra cosa. Digamos esto. En español diríamos, por ejemplo, noten algo también que es interesante. En español usamos los números para los siglos, ¿no? En español usamos los números cardinales, los que no son ordinales. Usamos 1, 2, 3, no usamos primero, segundo, tercero, ¿no? Pero además, para escribir los siglos en español, usamos números romanos, ¿no es cierto? To write the centuries in Spanish, we use the Roman numbers, right? ¿Cómo se leería esto en español?
Siglo.
El siglo VI, correcto, ¿no? El siglo VI. Ahora, ¿cómo diríamos esto en inglés? ¿Cómo le diríamos al siglo VI en inglés?
The 6th century.
Yes, that's right.
Century.
Exactly. My screen froze there for a moment. Se me está congelando la pantalla un momento. Just wait a second, please. Yes, this would be the 6th, con TH, ¿no es cierto? The 6th century. Very good. Good and easy. Not a lot of mystery here. No hay mucho misterio aquí. Let's do one more. El siglo, ¿cómo sería este siglo en inglés? What is this century in English?
'20th century.
Yes, the 20th. The 20th. Century. The 20th century. Right. Very good. 20, ¿no? 20th sería vigésimo. Así lo decimos en inglés. En español no. En español el siglo XX, pongamos el siglo XX. Pero en inglés es el siglo vigésimo, ¿no? The 20th century. Okay, very good. Now, how do you say, let's put, what century are we in? What is the century we are in?
21? No.
21st century.
That's right. Very good. The 21st. Para los ordinales, cuando tenga números con decena y unidad, por ejemplo, 21, 36, etcétera, etcétera, la decena le digo como el número normal, 20, ¿no? Pero a la unidad le pongo en ordinal, ¿ok? Y no solo para siglos, sino en general así es. Entonces, por las entregas de los Óscares, ¿han visto eso? la 50ª entrega de los Óscares, etcétera, etcétera, ¿sí? Porque ya es larguísimo. Pero en inglés, de hecho, es un poco más fácil, si se quiere. Para decir 21º, en inglés solo se dice 21º. All right? The 21st century, okay? The 21st century. We are in the 21st century, okay? We are in the 21st century. All right, very good, very good, very good. Now, this is about centuries, but as you can see, no big deal. So just remember that for centuries, and this is important, remember that for centuries, we use ordinal numbers. First, second, third, 20th, 21st, etc. Okay, so for centuries we use ordinal numbers in English, not in Spanish. All right, very good. Now let's talk a little bit about other years that we might have. Hablemos un poquito de otros años que podríamos tener. All right, how would you say? Y me salté un poquito y es algo importante. So I skipped that, sorry, but now let's retake it because it's important. Okay, let's go again with number and century because it's not the same. So one more time, number and century, okay? So what year, what number is this? What number is this? Not what year, what number?
1700.
Oh yeah, that would be, I'm sorry, not the century here, the year. Yeah, that would be the year, that would be the year. So the number is, you know, 1700. Yes, 1700. El número sería 1700, pero yes, very good. Like your classmate said, como dijo su compañero, 1700 would be the year. Este año se le conoce, igual, le dividimos como en dos, pero este 00 vamos a decirle como 100, porque 100 tiene dos ceros, pues, ¿no es cierto? Entonces, 1700, así lo diríamos en inglés. 1700, okay? That is how you call that year. Very easy, right? Número y qué año sería esto? What is the number and what is the year? What is the number?
1,800.
Yes, 1,800. And what is the year?
1800.
1800. Very good. 1800. Awesome. So, not very difficult as you can see. Not so hard. Okay? No es la gran cosa, no es tan difícil. Ahora, let's do something else. Let's go into decades. Vamos a las décadas, okay? Vamos a las décadas. Also, not very difficult here. Nothing too hard to stress about. ¿Cómo dirían en inglés? Los 60s.
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 The 60s. Yes, that's right, the 60s. Cambiamos la Y por IES para hacerlo plural, ¿no? Y también se suele decir así. Fácil, ¿no es cierto? The 60s, all right, the 60s. Como dirían los 80s.
The 80s.
The 80s, claro. 80 sería así. Para hacerlo plural, le cambio la Y por IES. Y en la pronunciación es una S nada más. También lo puedo poner así. The 80s, all right? So, not a lot of mystery here. No hay mucho misterio aquí. No hay mucho misterio. Ahora, a veces cuando me refiera a los siglos, pero no el siglo en particular, sino los años referentes a los siglos. Por ejemplo, si hablo de en los 1800, no en los 1860, sino en todos los 1800, o sea, desde 1800 hasta 1899. ¿Ok? En ese caso, podría decirlo así, por ejemplo. En los 1800, ¿cómo sería esto en inglés? In the 1800s. ¿Ok? O in the... All right? Si estoy hablando de todo ese periodo que iría desde 1800 hasta 1899, all right? I'm going to use this en los 1800. Es claro, eso pasó en los 1800. The Industrial Revolution happened in the 1800s. La revolución industrial ocurrió en los 1800, por ejemplo, ¿no es cierto? Right. ¿Cómo dirían en los 1500? En los años 1500.
In the 1500s.
That's right, in the 1500s. Ahora les voy a poner una en inglés y ustedes pongan en español. In the ¿Cómo dirían esto en español? Sorry,
En
this
los
is...
años 1600, cuando
Ajá.
el tirano mandó.
Exactamente, sí. En los años 1600, cuando el tirano mandó. Have you heard that song? ¿Han oído esa canción? Yes, probably you have, right? Okay, so this is the thing. Ah, ¿y por qué me estás subrayando aquí? Algo me comí, algo me comí. There is something that is missing there. You should use a hyphen in this part. What is a hyphen? El guión, ¿ok? Necesitamos un guión, right? Ahora, también, claro, podríamos decir aquí, más fácil, in the 1500s, de esta manera con la S, ¿no es cierto? Pero noten cuál es la pronunciación, por eso también les escribo, ¿ok? In the 1500s, acá también in the 1600s, podría ser in the 1600s, y con la S, ¿ok? Now, let's do something. I'm going to type something in numbers and you read it, okay? And you have to say the correct thing. We are only going to be speaking about years and decades and decades relate and also the years related to the centuries, okay? Okay? How would you say this? Easy. You say it. Say it aloud. Díganlo en voz alta. How do you say this in English?
In the
In the 60s.
Very good. In the 60s. Uh-huh. Very good. How do you say this?
In the 1400s.
14,000.
Yes, in the 1400s. Uh-huh, correct. The 1400s. Correct. En los 1400 sería, claro, desde 1400 hasta 1499, right? In the 1400s. Now, how would you say this? How do you say this in English?
In
1946.
1946. That's right, in 1946. Very good, very good. Uy, ese toque de queda estaba sonando por ahí, ¿no? All right, very good. How would you say this in Noten que esto no sería en los 1600, sino es en 1600, en el año, ese año nada más, en el año 1600. So how do you say this?
In 1600s.
Yes, in 1600. Solo así sin la S, ¿no? In 1600, pero sí, correcto, en 1600. In 1600, y ahora, in the... ¿Cómo diríamos esto? How do you say this one?
In the 1600s.
Yes, in the 1600s. Excellent. Very good. So that is the thing. That is the thing. Let's do one more. Let's say in... How do you say this one?
In 1403.
Excellent. In 1403. Yes, very good. So that is the thing. That is the thing. As you can see, not too difficult, right? No es tan difícil. No, and let's do one more. Very simple. In the... All right. What do you say here?
the 1950s.
In the 1950s. Very good. Awesome. Very good. In the 1950s. Great. Good job, everybody. Good job. Okay, now let's do something on the WhatsApp group. Okay, let's do something on the WhatsApp group. Oh no, before we do that, just a little thing here before that. Okay, now let's say let's translate this into English, okay? You're gonna help me. You're gonna help me. Ujú. Pongamos, eso pasó en los 70s. Okay? You're gonna help me write this in English, okay? You use your notebook, but don't tell me yet. Don't tell me yet. No me digan todavía, okay? Use your notebook and write it down, and then I'm going to ask you individually, okay? Les voy a pedir individualmente, les voy a preguntar individualmente, y a la persona que le pregunte trate de decirme. Si se equivoca, no importa, pero por favor participen, okay? If you make a mistake, it's okay. No les voy a decir, no, pues, ¿cómo va a ser? Simplemente hacemos una pequeña corrección, que no tiene por qué ser nada feo ni nada, ¿sí? Pero por favor participemos, no se queden callados, ¿sí? All right? Y por favor, para lo siguiente que vamos a hacer, solo conteste la persona a la que le pregunto, ¿ok? Please, all right? So, eso pasó en los 70s. Vamos, let's use your notebook. Write it down on your notebook. Durante... O pongamos, ocurrió. ¿Ah? Este es un poco controversial, esta frase últimamente, ¿no? Pero bueno, igual pongamos la América fue descubierta. 1400. En realidad yo estoy poniendo esto mal en español. En español no existe esto, poner 70S. En español es obligatorio poner 70s, ¿ok? Pero en inglés sí se vale, all right? Igual, aquí donde estoy poniendo esto en español no debería usarse, serían los 1800. En inglés, sin embargo, sí está bien, ¿ok? En los 1400, all right? Let's do a little bit more. EU me refiero a Estados Unidos, ¿no? Ya les voy a poner todo lo demás desde los 70. Claro que más también, pero bueno, esa época fue particularmente notoria, ¿no? All right. Let me see. Let's just put it in the page. Okay, so in your notebook, try to translate those into English, okay? And I will be back in just a second, okay? I have to go take care of something just for a second, but I'll be back very soon, okay? So please do this, and I'll be back in a second, all right? Okay, guys. All right. So the first one, what would please don't forget, I'm going to ask specific people, all right, and try to tell me, all right. So for example, Wilson Delig, do you have the first one, Wilson? And don't forget to turn on your microphone to speak. Wilson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Wilson. So tell me the first one. How do you say this one in English?
This happened in the this 16th.
60s. Yes, that would be it. Okay, thank you, Wilson. So that happened.
You're welcome.
In the 60s. I'm sorry, 70s. In the 70s. Yes. So that would be it.
17.
Yes, that's right. I made the same mistake. Yo cometí el mismo error en realidad. So yeah, the
Sorry,
70s.
sister.
It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you very much, Wilson. Okay, very good. Very good. Now, what about you, Luis? Luis Andrade. Okay, we have this one. So, durante los 1800 ocurrió la revolución industrial. No importa si no está perfecto, pero intentemos. How would you say this in English?
During the 1800s, the Industrial Revolution happened.
Perfect. Yes, it didn't have to be perfect, but it was perfect. Thank you very much, Luis. Okay, during the 1800s, the industrial revolution. Por algún motivo tiende a usársele con mayúsculas en inglés. O sea, bueno, no por algún motivo, es por el hecho de que fue algo concreto, pero a veces en español se le hace con minúscula. En todo caso, so the industrial revolution happened. That's right. Happened, or maybe we could also use some other words for this, but happened works. Okay, very good, very good. Thank you, Luis. Excellent. All right, and now let's see. What about you, Tania? Tania Leon. Let's do the next one. América fue descubierta en los 1400. What do you say, Tania?
America was discovered in the 1400.
Yep, America was discovered in the 1400s. Very good. Y le vamos a hacer con la S. But very good. Thank you, Tania. Very good. Very good. Thank you. So America was discovered in the 1400s. Awesome. Now let's see who else is here. Let's see all of you. Just checking who else is around. Jorge. Jorge Luis, are you there? Okay, Jorge.
Marco Polo. Marco Polo lived in the 13th century.
Perfect. Very good. Thank you, Jorge. Marco Polo lived in the 13th, excellent, 13th century. Very good, very good. So, and notice, yeah, what Jorge said was perfect. Noten todos, ¿no? La TH, ¿no es cierto? Entonces, si fuera solo 13, 13. Y como es en inglés tiene que ser el ordinal, sería 13º en español, ¿no? Pero en inglés con la TH. 13th, 13th. ¿Sí? Es la única pequeña diferencia. 13, 13. 13º, 13. Okay? But very good. Thank you, Jorge. Excellent. Good, good, good. Now let's continue checking this out. What about you, Giovanni?
Yeah.
Let's do this one. Las mujeres han participado en las Olimpiadas desde le tocó una larga. But anyway, let's do it.
Women have participated in the Olympics since the 1900.
Okay, in the Olympics. Very good, very good.
Olympics since the 1900s.
Yes, awesome. In the Olympics since the 1900s. Yes, very good. Thank you very much. That was excellent. Very good, very good. Thank you very much, Giovanni. Very good. Women have participated in the Olympics since the 1900s. Awesome. Very good. Now, you know, there was a military dictatorship in Ecuador in the 70s. I don't know if you knew this, but we had a military regime, un régimen militar. We had a military regime, a military dictatorship, dictadura, during the 70s, right? And Ecuador, casi le soplo, casi spoileo lo que debían decir ustedes. Ecuador volvió a la democracia durante los 80. What about you, Nicole? Nicole Sanchez, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, Nicole, please, let's do this.
Ecuador returned to democracy during the
Yes, to democracy during the 80s. Yes, very good. So Ecuador returned to democracy during the 80s. Awesome. Very good. Very good. And probably this is the toughest one, but anyway, let's do it. What about Dana, are you there?
Yes, teacher.
Okay, Dana, please, let's try to do this one, okay? Okay, Dana, let's try to translate this one into English, all right?
Yes, teacher. Sorry, my microphone have problems.
No, never mind, it's okay.
Mhm. So many social change took place in United States since six 60s
Okay,
and to 70s.
all right, to the 70s. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. It's pretty good, Dana. Just one little thing, solo un pequeño error. Para este caso, no usaríamos since, sino usaríamos from, correcto.
Just from.
Yes, that's right. But anyway, thank you very much, Dana. That was very good, very good. Solo esa pequeña correccioncita, pero todo lo demás muy bien. All right, thank you very much, Dana. It was good. It was good. So many social changes. As it took place, me gustó mucho, ¿sí? So many social changes took place in the US or in the United States from the 60s to the 70s. All right, very good. Thank you, Dana. Very good, very good. Right. Okay, so that was the thing. Now let's take a break, guys. Let's take our first break. So let's be back in 20 minutes, okay? Let's be back at 10:30. Okay? Let's take a break.
Okay, teacher.
All right. Okay. Goodbye. See you in a moment then.
Espera, déjame adivinar. Has tratado de aprender inglés antes y fallado. Te da miedo hablar, te da pena tu pronunciación, te frustra.
This is the psychic line.
Hi there! This time we'll talk about since and from. They both express duration or time period of an activity. Following are the most important rules to use them correctly. Rule number 1. They're both used only before a point of time, never before a period of time. For example, you can say, he's been living here since 2007, but not, he's been living here since 10 years. Rule number 2. Since is used in present perfect or past perfect tense, whereas from may be used in any tense. For example, he has been ill since last Friday. You cannot say, he is ill since last Friday. Rule number 3. Since only refers to past time. From can refer to any time. For example, he will be at school from 10 a.m. tomorrow. You cannot use since here, as you cannot refer to future time. Rule number 4.
Let me introduce you to a brief summary of all of United States history. That's right, that country that keeps pushing its nose into foreign affairs, yeah, that one. Mind you, this is simply a summary, and one does not simply put 300 years of history into one video. Well, until now. Let's start with the period before the United States. Sometimes it's hard to remember that the true Americans were diverse natives accustomed to mostly farming and cultivation. The term Native American is almost as broad as the term European, so it's kind of hard to generalize them. Anyway, they lived happily ever after, right? Wrong. Cue the land-hungry European. Along came the angry oppressors, explorers, that sought land and riches. Perhaps the most notable explorer was neither Vasco da Gama, who miraculously sailed all the way from Portugal to India, nor Ferdinand Magellan, who incredibly led an expedition around the world. But it was Columbus, who, despite not discovering anything and putting an entire race into perpetual slavery, is the only explorer we celebrate every year for his outstanding courageousness.
Even if the United States of America emerged as an independent country after 1776 and recognized in 1783, the history of these lands is deeper than that. Thousands of years ago, the first people settled in the American continent. It is not exactly known how the Native Americans first settled in these territories, but
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome back. Hello, hello, everyone. Hello, are you there?
Hi, teacher.
Yes,
Hello,
teacher.
everyone.
Este,
Hello, hello.
Sure.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Let's do this. If you're going to let's work on WhatsApp a little bit. Let's work on the WhatsApp group for a moment, and you're going to do the following. Let me just see, just a second here. So what you're going to do is this. I'm also going to type it on the WhatsApp group, but what you're going to do is this, okay? On the WhatsApp group, type sentences about historic events that you know. Sentences, sorry, about historic events that you know. And use the vocabulary we've learned. Probably you know this vocabulary already, but you know what I mean. Like, for example, words like since, from, to, for, in, during, of course. Now, there are also other interesting words that you could use, like, for example, until, hasta. But anyway, let's focus on these ones. And let me give you an example. For example, in the WhatsApp group, you might say something like, I don't know, the Renaissance. The Renaissance. Do you know what is the meaning of this? The Renaissance?
El Renacimiento.
Renacimiento.
That's right, very good. So the Renaissance happened or took place sounds even nicer, took place during the 16th century. So the Renaissance took place during the 16th century. Okay, so anything that you know, okay? So for example, here I use the word during, here I use the word during, but you can use whatever word you like, okay? So let's do that on the WhatsApp group, okay? Let's do that on the WhatsApp group. I'm also write the command in there before we start. Just wait a second.
Teacher,
Mm-hmm.
mi
Yes.
compu se apagó por repetir lo que dijo.
¿Se apagó por qué?
Lo que pasa es que si no está conectada se apaga y se,
Ah, yeah.
y se desconectó.
Yeah, okay. So you don't worry, you can set it back, okay? But in the meantime, on the WhatsApp group, let's try to type sentences speaking about history and using these words, okay? So you give me some historic event. Give me some historic events. No tiene que ser algo tan, qué sé yo, se me ocurre a mí. A ver. I'm going to do something. I don't know. Metallica released their first album in 1983. Just another example, okay? So tell me anything you like, any historic fact No tiene que ser, puede ser cosas más formales, como de la Segunda Guerra Mundial o cosas así, o también datos históricos, pero más de la cultura popular también. Lo que ustedes prefieran, ¿ok? Whatever you wish, whatever you wish. But let's use the vocabulary, since, all of those. Especially since. Since es una que quisiera que le usemos bastante, porque suele ser muy útil para muchas cosas, ¿ok? All right. Pero recordarán diferenciar bien since y from, dependiendo de lo que quieran decir. All right? So let's do that. Let's do that on the WhatsApp group. All right? True. Very good. Very good. I see some very good examples there. I'm seeing some excellent examples in there. I'm going to share that with everybody, okay? Very good. Interesting. Interesting in there. So we were learning English and we were learning a little bit of history as well. Very good. Very good. Very good. And probably I'm going to provide some little bit of feedback. Les voy a hacer algunas pequeñas correcciones de ser necesario, pero por favor no se sientan mal por las correcciones, ¿sí? No sientan vergüenza, es completamente normal, ¿sí? A veces pasa eso, que le pongo la corrección a alguien y esa persona ya se cohíbe y dice, no, ya ni más escribo. Por favor, no hagamos eso, ¿sí? Si les pongo alguna correccióncita pequeña, solo es para mejorar, pero por favor no dejen de participar, porque igual la mayor parte de lo que están poniendo está muy bien, ¿sí? All right? But this is very, very good. I'm gonna stop my video for a moment here, because I look bad when I am typing. Very good, very good.
Towers. Towers. Window. Towers.
Very good, very good. Very good. Okay, very good, very good. Good job, everybody.
Teacher, no problem.
I just turned off your microphones so that to avoid some sounds that might be coming from other places. But if you want to speak, if you want to say something, please turn on your microphone. Okay, you have that option. Okay. Very good. Yes. Very good. Very good. Awesome. So we have some history fans here, maybe. I am enjoying all of this information. Very good. Very good. Do you study law, Daniel? I think so, right? Took place. Yes, very good. Very good. During the oil crisis, people started buying cars that didn't consume a lot. Yeah, excellent. Buildings around the world for engines. Yes. Very good. Okay, very good. You're doing a good job, guys. I am enjoying this. Awesome. Great, great. Very good. Okay, very good, guys. Excellent. Very good. This one is just assassinated. Very good. Yes, awesome. We're getting hardcore with soccer here. Very good, very good. Very good, very good. Yep. Very good. Very good. Excellent. This is excellent. Very good. So the Berlin Wall formed part of the inner German border from August 13, 1961 to November 9, 1989. Awesome. Facebook was founded in 2004. Great, great. The Model T was produced from 1908 to 1927, sorry, very good. Since 2020, Ecuadorians have lived locked up by the COVID-19. Yeah, that's right. Since March 2020, Ecuadorians have lived locked up because of the COVID-19 pandemic, right? Very good. Yeah, the Deportivo Cuenca was founded in the 70s. The American Revolution took place from 1765 to okay, let's just make a little change here. Very good. Yeah, very good, very good. Okay, so this is very good. Yeah, that is true. I remember the day Kurt Cobain died, actually. Yeah, I was in 1994. I was 12. Yeah, I think. Well, it depends. It depends on the month, of course, because my birthday is in August. So I might have been 12 or 13 when he died. But I was a fan of Nirvana even then. Okay. Okay, guys, jokes and everything are fine, but please let's keep it respectful, okay? Yes, very good. Notre Dame Cathedral was on fire in 2019. That is true. Unfortunate, but true. Mhm. Mhm. Very good. Yeah, that's right. Very good. Very good. Also, guys, yes, try to remember when to use capital letters, when to use uppercase. Traten de recordar también cuándo usar las mayúsculas, ¿no? Las reglas son, varios los están usando bien, pero tal vez algunos se están comiendo un poquito algunas partes. Entonces, no olviden que las reglas son casi las mismas que en español. Cuando usamos mayúsculas, pues para nombres propios. Por ejemplo, aquí este ejemplo de Stephanie está muy bien. The First World War, ¿sí? Entonces, como podemos ver ahí en la pantalla, si la vemos un ratito, está con mayúsculas y está muy bien, porque la Primera Guerra Mundial, si quieren ustedes, es un sustantivo propio, ¿no es cierto? Pues esa guerra. El sustantivo guerra simplemente no iría con mayúscula en general, pero en este caso sí, como bien ha puesto Stephanie, porque First World War es un sustantivo propio, es un hecho concreto y no hubo otra Primera Guerra Mundial, pues fue esa y no otra, ¿no es cierto? All right, very good. So this is very good. The First World War took place from 1914 to 1919. So in general, the rules for capital letters, las reglas para mayúsculas, are the same in English and in Spanish. So when do we use them? For example, at the beginning of a sentence. Eso también en algunos casos nos está faltando un poquito. Recuerden que para iniciar una oración tenemos que poner mayúscula al comienzo, ¿no? No digo en todos los casos, pero en algunos. Pongamos un poquito de atención en eso, ¿no? Para iniciar la frase con mayúscula y después igual mayúsculas solamente en nombres propios o después de un punto seguido, que igual sería iniciar la frase, pues, ¿no es cierto? Ahora, lo que sí es una diferencia entre el inglés y el español, what's the difference between English and Spanish when you're speaking about upper cases and lower cases, capitalization or not, is days of the week and months of the year. So, for example, in Spanish, we would say, I'm going to type it here in the WhatsApp group, and you can also see it on the screen, lunes. But in English, it would be Monday. So notice, in English, in Spanish, no capital letter, okay? But in English, we do use a capital letter, okay? So that is the thing. Yes, Hitler died in 1945. Okay, Kurt Cobain died in 1994. Sad but true. Okay, very good. Good job, guys. Good job. Very good, very good. So, good job, everyone. You did a good job, guys. All right, now let's do this. Okay, let's the same thing you did in written form. The same thing you did in written form. Let's now do on recording. Okay, so you have to do some speaking. All right. So this time around, let's record the messages. Okay, so record your voices mentioning some of this data. Okay. All right. So this time let's record and I will listen to your recordings, okay? Entonces, la misma cosa, but now let's not write. This time let's speak and record, okay?
¿De todos, teacher?
Yep. That's right. You could say the same things that you already said, or you could say something different as well. You could give me some other information as well, as you wish, okay? So yes. Yes, upload your audios here. That's right, upload your audios here right now. I'm gonna give you an example. Oh, where's my cell phone? Well, I'm using the computer right now. I don't know where I left my cell phone, but just wait a second and I'll give you an example, all right? Sorry, I can't seem to find it. So I can't make a recording. But for example, you could say something like, I don't know, the atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were dropped in 1945. Okay, so the atomic bombs were, or 2 atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, something like that. Or personal computers have been massively used since the 80s, all right? Things like that. So let's make some recordings and put them here, okay? Let's do that, please. Hagamos eso, por favor.
Teacher, ¿tienen que hacer con otras emociones de las que no estén en el grupo?
You could use the same or others, okay? You can use the same or others as you wish. And you can upload as many as you like, okay?
Second World War, that was in 1930.
All right, let's listen to some of these, okay?
Second World War, that was in 1933, was the worst genocide in history.
Okay.
The International Labor Day has been celebrated every May 1st.
Very good.
The First World War took place from 1914 to 1918.
Very good. Very good.
World War occurred from 19 to 1919.
Very good.
Amy Winehouse death was in 2011.
Yes, very good. Very good.
The Berlin Wall formed part of the inter-German border from August 13, 1961 to November 9, 1989.
Very good. Very good. Good job.
The Chernobyl accident was during the 80s.
Adolf Hitler died in 1945.
Right.
The American Revolution took place during 1763 to 1765.
Excellent. Very good. Very good. Now, one more thing. Upload your audios. Sigamos subiendo nuestros audios, but also please listen to the audios of your classmates. También escuchen los audios de sus compañeros, por favor. ¿Sí? Right? Please listen to them as well. Very good. All right, very good, very good. I'm going to play them here directly. Okay, good.
The Second World War that was in 1933 was the worst genocide in history.
Okay, very good.
The International Labor Day has been celebrated every May 1st.
Great.
The First World War took place from 1914 to 1918.
Very good. Very good.
First World War occurred from 19 to 1919.
Excellent.
Amy Winehouse's death was in 2011.
Unfortunately,
The
but very
Berlin
good.
Wall formed part of the
Let me do that one again.
The Berlin Wall formed part of the inter-German border from August 13, 1961 to November 9, 1989.
Very good.
The Chernobyl accident was during the 80s.
Excellent. Yeah, the terrible Chernobyl accident. And there have been horror movies and stuff about that. But yeah, very good. Yeah. The nuclear disaster. That's right. Very good. Very good, Luis.
Adolf Hitler died in 1945.
And a lot of people became
Hitler
really
died
happy because
in
of that, right?
1945.
Thank you very much. Very good, Diana.
Adolf Hitler died.
No?
The American Revolution took place during in 1763 to 1765. The American Revolution.
All right, very good, very good.
Took
Let's just make a little change there, Delia. Let's say from and to. No el during, sino solamente el from y el to. But very good, very good. Por lo demás, muy bien. Okay.
Model T cars were produced from 1908 to 1927.
All right, very good, Ricardo.
The foundation of Cuenca is celebrated from April 12, 1557.
Good, good, good. Solo un pequeño cambio ahí, Samantha. Hagámosle ahí sí sings, porque ha sido celebrada desde ese entonces hasta ahora, pero no ha parado de celebrar, ¿no? Si por algún motivo dejáramos de celebrarla, entonces hubiésemos podido decir fue celebrada desde tal año hasta tal año, pero como ha sido celebrada desde entonces, en ese caso, en vez de from, usemos sings. Pero muy bien. Okay, very good. Let's see a bit more.
The Twin Towers fell in 2002.
Very good, very
During
good.
the oil crisis.
Just a thing, in this case, Paula, no digamos felt, sino fell, simplemente, que sería el pasado de fall, ¿no? Pero la estructura muy bien, very good.
People start buying cars that.
Let me put it from the beginning.
During the oil crisis, people start buying cars that didn't consume a lot of fuel.
Very good.
During the oil crisis,
a lot of fuel. Very good, very good.
Facebook was founded in 2004.
That's right, and it changed the world in many ways. Very good.
Has been on the throne since 1953.
Let me play that again. That was some very good pronunciation there. Let's see, Denise.
Queen Elizabeth II has been on the throne since 1953.
Yes.
I was born in...
Who's going to die first? Queen Elizabeth or Don Alfonso? But very good, very good. Let's see.
I was born in 1999.
Very good.
I was born
and as I was
Kurt
telling you,
Cobain died in
So probably I am about 18 years older than you are, right? Very good. Now let's see what you say, Edson. What else you say?
Kurt Cobain died in 1994.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's what happened. I remember that day, as I was telling you. It was on the news and everything, and I had just become a Nirvana fan. I mean, Nirvana had been around for longer, but yeah, in 1994, I had just become a Nirvana fan. I think I was 13. Creo que tenía 13 en ese tiempo. So I think I had just become a Nirvana fan, and then he killed himself. Yeah, soon after.
Karl Marx was an important philosopher during the 1800s.
Yeah, that's right.
Karl Marx.
So, and his philosophy was the basis for socialism and communism. Right, correct.
Bohemian Rhapsody was considered the best song in the 70s. Bohemian Rhapsody was...
And that's right, Wilson. And you know, it's funny because originally it wasn't well received by the critics. They thought it was too pretentious and stuff, but the public loved it. The public loved it. So, you know, a lot of times critics also change their minds. And it's a great song, for sure. The great Freddie Mercury and Queen, of course, because everybody remembers Freddie Mercury, but what about the rest? Brian May was a genius in guitar as well, right? And is. I don't know if you know this, but Queen's guitarist, Brian May, is also an astrophysicist. He's a scientist, a PhD in astrophysics, but also the guitar player of Queen. Okay, let's listen to that. Very good, very good. Thank you, Wilson.
Billie Jean was one of Michael Jackson's most popular songs since 1982.
It has been one of his most popular songs since 1982. That's right. Billie Jean has knocked my door. Very good, very good. And she says, I am the one, but the kid is not my son. The lyrics are kind of funny, right? Good, very good. And there was no DNA testing for parenthood. No había pruebas de DNA para la paternidad en esa época. But yeah, that's a little bit of what the song is about. So yeah.
The Spanish called Atahualpa in the 15th age in the city of Cajamarca.
That's right. That's where they did it. That's right. He was a very important political figure, and there was this big struggle, and the Spanish were trying to conquer. So yeah, that's what happened. Very good, Giovanni.
The Nazism dominated Germany from 1933 to 1945.
Yep, that is right. That is correct. Until they were overthrown by the Allies, hasta que fueron derrocados por los aliados. That's right, very good.
Lamborghini was founded in the 60s. Lamborghini.
That's right, and very good. And ever since, it has been one of the most relevant car companies in the world, right? And that's right, Italian cars, very, very famous, right? Not the most famous for general use, but one of the but Italy is definitely one of the most important countries when it comes to high standard cars, right? Like really expensive cars, like Lamborghini and Ferrari, and other ones, right? Come from Italy. That's right. Very good. Very good. Okay, guys. Good job. Good job. That was really good. Let's listen to one more, and now let's continue with something else. Okay.
The Model T were produced from 1908 to 1927.
That's right.
The Model.
That is true. That is true. Let me just add something here. And yep, this is the Model T, right? This is the Model T. There you go. That is the Model T. One of the first mass-produced cars in history, right? And let me check the year again, because Samantha was giving us some interesting information there.
The Model T were produced from 1908 to 1927.
1908 to 1927. So this was very early on. Very good, very good. Good job, everybody. Thank you for your participation and contribution. Otherwise, if I'm the only one speaking and doing things in class, it becomes a little bit boring, right? And also for you, but good. Thank you for all of your participation. I really appreciate it. Now, let's go into a little video that I want to show you, all right? Let's go into a video that I want to show you. Can you see the YouTube screen right now?
Yes, teacher.
All right, so it's a brief summary of the United States history. I want you to listen to this for many reasons. One, to practice some of the vocabulary that we have learned, to listen to it used by native speakers. Two, in order for you to practice your listening a little bit. And also, it's interesting to know a little bit about the culture and history is, of course, part of the culture of the people who speak the language natively, the language that you are speaking, right? Because, well, of course, you also have England. England was the source of English, the original source of English, but a lot of the English that you hear is actually from the United States. So to understand their culture, to understand their background, that all makes for a more complete experience when you're using the language, okay? So let's take a look at this video, okay? Please listen and pay attention, and I might ask you some questions about it, okay? So let's listen.
Even if the United States of America emerged as an independent country after 1776 and recognized in 1783, the history of these lands is deeper than that. Thousands of years ago, the first people settled in the American continent. It is not exactly known how the Native Americans first settled in these territories.
So look for those kinds of words that we have learned. Like, for example, ago, thousands of years ago, right? Hace miles de años, thousands of years ago. Or things like since, things like from, to, all of that, okay? So let's pay attention to those words, okay? And not only those words, of course, but put some special emphasis on those.
But a theory says that people migrated from Eurasia starting 30,000 years ago across a land bridge known as Beringia. This connected Siberia to North America during the Ice Age. This migration continued until 10,000 years ago. At that time, a glacial period ended and the land bridge became submerged by the rising ocean. But before we move any further, we want to give a big thank you to Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring this video. Raid is a brand new RPG game that you will definitely enjoy. The game has an amazing storyline, great looking 3D graphics, incredible boss fights, and PvP battles. You can choose from hundreds of champions to collect and customize as you wish. I personally prefer Ethel because of her great skills and the way she looks. She is not the only awesome champion, but in my opinion, you should definitely try her out. Raid is a rapid growing game, attracting more and more players every day. By now, 10 million players worldwide have already downloaded the game
I'm not skipping this because anyways you're listening to some good English here, okay?
In less than 6 months. The game is consistently updated, so you will not get bored playing it. After downloading the game, I can surely say that I am impressed by its quality and graphics. Playing Raid is the most immersive experience you'll find on a smartphone, and it can only really be compared with the biggest PC and console titles. And the best part of all of this, it's totally free. With 300,000 reviews, Raid has almost a perfect score on the Play Store. This proves just how amazing the game is. So be sure to click on our special link in the description to get 50,000 silver and an epic champion for free. Start your incredible journey now.
Some Raid publicity. Anyway,
the early inhabitants were called the Paleo-Americans. In time, they migrated even deeper in Americas, and they formed tribes and nations. They created interesting civilizations, developing their own culture. Among the cultures that existed here, we can mention Adena culture, Iroquois culture, Coles Creek culture, Puebloan culture, and Mississippian culture. But another part of today, the United States has an interesting and different history. Speaking about Hawaii, this land wasn't inhabited until the 1st centuries AD. Native development started with the settlement of Polynesian people between the 1st and 10th centuries. Starting in the 15th century, European colonization began. In 1492, a Spanish expedition headed by the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus sailed west to find a new trade route to the Far East, but landed in what came to be known to Europeans as the New World. After this event, in the next decades, more and more ships sailed west to establish colonies and trade posts. The Spaniards began building their American empire, using islands such as Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Hispaniola as bases. They expanded hugely. France founded colonies in eastern North America, a number of Caribbean islands and small coastal parts of South America. Portugal colonized Brazil. The eastern seacoast.
Well, as we of course know, Spain conquered lots of places in Latin America, starting from Mexico and going as far as Chile. You know all of that, right? Of course. And the Portuguese, of course, took the lands that we now know as Brazil. But in North America, you had French people. You had French people colonizing. For example, the state of Louisiana in North America was French territory originally. But let's keep watching.
Was settled primarily by English colonists in the 17th century, along with a much smaller number of Dutch and Swedes. The first successful English colony, Jamestown, was established in 1607 on the James River in Virginia. New wave of settlers arrived in the late 17th century and established commercial agriculture based on tobacco. Even though there were some conflicts between the Native Americans and English settlers, the colonies managed to expand pretty fast and more people settled in. Each of the 13 American colonies had slightly different governmental structure. In fact, a colony was ruled by a governor appointed from London. This governor controlled the administration and relied upon a locally elected legislature to vote taxes and make laws. By the 18th century, the American colonies were growing very rapidly, and as a result of low death rates, along with ample supplies of land and food, this attracted a heavy flow of immigrants. The tobacco and rice plantations imported African slaves for labor from the British colonies in the West Indies, and by the 1770s, African slaves comprised a fifth of the American population. The question of independence from Britain...
Notice the years, like for example, they mentioned the year 1607 a moment ago. Notice that is the way we say it, as we were checking in a moment previously in the class. And now they mentioned that decade, the 1770s, los 1770s, now 1770s. Right, very good.
Did not arise as long as the colonies needed British military support against the French and Spanish powers. The French and Indian War was an event created by the political development of the colonies. It was also part of the larger 7 Years' War. Britain beat French forces, and France lost their colonies and territories in Canada and Louisiana. The war was costly, and Britain needed money. The British Parliament passed the Stamp Act of 1765, imposing a tax on the colonies without going through the colonial legislatures. The issue was drawn. Did Parliament have this right to tax Americans who were not represented in it? Crying, "No taxation without representation." The colonists refused to pay the taxes, as tensions escalated in the late 1760s and early 1770s. The Boston Tea Party in 1773 was marked as the start of the Revolution. It happened in the town of Boston to protest against the new tax on tea. Parliament quickly responded the next year with the Coercive Acts, stripping Massachusetts of its historic right of self-government and putting it under army rule, which sparked outrage and resistance in all 13 colonies. Leaders from all 13 colonies gathered and created the First Continental Congress to coordinate their resistance. The Congress called for a boycott of British trade, published a list of rights and grievances, and petitioned the king for redress of those grievances. It wasn't about independence at that point, but this appeal had no effect, and so the Second Continental Congress was created in 1775. in order to organize the defense of the colonies against the British Army. The 13 colonies began a rebellion against British rule in 1775 and proclaimed their independence in 1776 as the United States of America. In the American Revolutionary War, 1775 to 1783, the Americans captured the British invasion army at Saratoga in 1777, secured the Northeast, and encouraged the French to make a military alliance with the United States. France brought in Spain and the Netherlands, thus balancing the military and naval forces on each side, as Britain had no allies. General George Washington was an excellent organizer and administrator who...
Now remember something, going back a little bit, remember that this is all part of the United States that we know now. But notice that all of these territories, most of them belong to Great Britain, to Spain, and parts of them also to France. But the new nation, the United States, it was something relatively small that was just starting to grow, okay?
And the Netherlands.
That is the reason why you have some Spanish names for places in the United States. Can you remember, tell me, can you remember any cities in the United States that have Spanish names? Cities or territories? Remember to turn...
Los Ángeles.
Exactly, Los Angeles, San Francisco. That's right. Los Angeles, San Francisco, Las Vegas. That's right. Very good. Los Angeles, San Francisco, Las Vegas. Those are all Spanish names, right? Very good, very good. If you say Louisiana, that comes from French. Eso viene del francés, en cambio. So yeah, you had all these places, right? California. California es un nombre originalmente español, right? Viene un poco de latín, ¿no? Pero es como horno caliente, sí, California, right? So all of those places, Spanish origin.
Nevada.
And, yes, exactly.
Florida.
Nevada, exacto. That's right. Exactamente. Right. Correct. So all of these places, well, there was a lot of Spain rule in many of the places that are now fully English, if you will, right? And of course, Great Britain was dominating a large part of it, but the United States was starting to become a nation, right? Similar to what happened here also in Latin America, right? The colonies that were conquered by Spain and by Portugal started to rebel, and then we had all of our independence wars and everything. So the story of the United States is not so different, but there was more struggle for power between the European countries there.
Thus balancing the military and naval forces on each side, as Britain had no allies. General George Washington was an excellent organizer and administrator who worked successfully with Congress and the state governors, selecting and mentoring his senior officers, supporting and
our famous $1 bill, right? El famoso billete de $1, right? So George Washington, right?
Training his troops and maintaining an idealistic Republican army. The American Revolution was a success, and at the Peace of Paris of 1783, their independence was recognized. And even so, the former colonies gained more than expected. The expansion to the west started, incorporating the Amerindian lands west of the Appalachian Mountains. A deal was made by the United States President Thomas Jefferson in 1803. He bought the Louisiana Territory from France. Initial diplomats.
This is interesting. So there was this thing that he did. Pay attention to this piece of information again, okay?
Appalachian Mountains. A deal was made by the United States President Thomas Jefferson in...
So a deal was made by Thomas Jefferson. What is the meaning of a deal was made? What is the meaning of that? A deal was made.
Un trato.
¿Se hizo un trato? Se hizo un trato, exacto. Ultra literal, un trato fue hecho, ¿no? Pero se hizo un trato sería lo que diríamos en español. Correcto, muy bien, that's right, se hizo un trato. So, a deal was made by the United States President Thomas Jefferson, the very famous Thomas Jefferson. Él es uno de los que firmó la Declaración de Independencia, pues no, y fue muy famoso.
In 1803.
In 1803. Recuerden cómo se pronuncia el año, ¿sí? Entonces ahí lo dijo, ¿no es cierto? Let's go back a little bit.
United States President Thomas Jefferson in 1803. He bought the Louisiana Territory from France.
So he bought the Louisiana Territory from France, okay? So part of it was buying, part of it was conquering by war, right? Parte era comprar, parte era apropiarse a la fuerza. You know how that works, right?
Initial diplomats sent to France were allowed to spend up to $10 million in order to buy just New Orleans.
So $10 million, 10 millones de dólares, pero estamos hablando de los años 1700. We are speaking about the 1700s. Have you got any idea how much money was $10 million in the 1700s? It was a massive amount of money, right?
If possible, the west bank of the Mississippi River. But the French government said that for $5 million more, all of the Louisiana Territory would be sold. The president approved the deal and the U.S. doubled its size. In the middle of the 19th century, some cessions were happening, and Texas in joining the Union in 1845, and after the war against Mexican Empire, the United States will take important lands and expand even further.
So as I was saying, they bought some massive territories, massive, like very, very big, right? They bought some massive territories from France, and they took massive territories from Mexico by force, right? So they had a war against the Empire of Mexico, which had already established itself as independent from Spain, but they had a war against Mexico, and they also, and the United States won and continued to expand their territory.
1961, after Abraham Lincoln was elected, some states from the South, the Confederation, attacked the rest. The South and expand even further. In 1861, after Abraham Lincoln was elected, some states from the South, the Confederation, attacked the rest. The South revolt was happening due to controversy over the enslavement of black people. In 1860.
So, are you familiar with this thing that they are talking about? A war between the southern part of the United States and the northern part of the United States during the time Abraham Lincoln was alive. Do you know what is the name of this war? Do you know what is the name of this war? It has a very famous name.
Yes, Civil War.
The Civil War, exactly. The Civil War. Not the Civil War between Captain America and Iron Man. Not that war, but the real Civil War, right? So yeah, the north of the United States against the south of the United States, right? It got into a very important war, and yeah, there were many reasons, but one of the reasons was that Abraham Lincoln, the very, very, very famous Abraham Lincoln, who was the president at that time, he wanted to abolish slavery. What is the meaning of abolish slavery? Él quería abolir la esclavitud. Slave like this, slave, this means esclavo, okay? So, Abraham Lincoln wanted to abolish slavery. Quería abolir la esclavitud. Y esa fue una de las razones. That was one of the reasons for the Civil War, because a lot of people opposed. But it wasn't the only reason. There were many things happening. Anyway, let's continue listening, okay? But let's listen about the Civil War. Let me go back a second, okay?
Lincoln was elected, some states the war against Mexican Empire, the United States will take important lands and expand even further. In 1861, after Abraham Lincoln was elected, some states from the South, the Confederation. The South revolt was happening due to controversy over the enslavement of black people. In 1860, the United States was led by Abraham Lincoln, supporting banning slavery in all territories. War broke out in April 1861, when secessionist forces attacked Fort Sumter in South Carolina. After 4 years of war, the Union achieved its victory, and the Confederates were defeated. National unity was slowly restored. The national government expanded its power. The 19th century was a period of economic expansion. More and more industries were created, and also the accent was put on infrastructure. In 1898, the Americans
So yeah, the 19th century, meaning the 1800s, the 19th century, the 1800s, it was also the time of the Industrial Revolution. And the Industrial Revolution changed the way the world was forever. And it has been like that until these days, right? Technology has become more and more and more relevant until this day, right? Right now we are using very advanced technology to communicate and have this class, right? But it all started, well, not all, but a massive part of it started with the Industrial Revolution. By the way, the main country in the Industrial Revolution, the main country for the Industrial Revolution was originally England, and then the United States. Why do you think English is the universal language? Why do you think everybody speaks English? A lot of it has to do with this. A lot of it has to do with the power that England and the United States had because of, amongst other things, the Industrial Revolution. But anyway, this was happening in the 19th century. Let's go back a little bit and let's listen again to that part.
More and more industries were created, and also the accent was put on infrastructure. In 1898, the American-Spanish War is happening. Americans are winning in short term some battles, and at the Treaty of Paris, U.S. is getting the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Guam. At the beginning of the 20th century,
they are acquiring so many territories, right? Do you know how big is the United States? Do you know what is the area of the United States? And do you know how big is Ecuador? Do you know that? Well, to give you an idea, Ecuador is about 200,000 square kilometers, 240,000 square kilometers. Ecuador tiene alrededor de 240,000 kilómetros cuadrados, ¿no? But the United States has more than 9 million square kilometers. The United States is over 9 million square kilometers. Tiene más de 9 millones de kilómetros cuadrados, right? So to put that in perspective, Okay, let's keep watching.
Century, World War I started. Even though the U.S. was neutral due to German attacks on the American ships and due to their intentions to make Mexico join against the U.S., the Americans joined the Allies. After this event, the economy was growing and all was good until the Great Depression, which started in 1929. This event shook the world and created a base on which the Second World War will start. United States joined the Allies after being attacked at Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941 by the Japanese Empire. Americans fought a distant war in Europe, Pacific, and they provided supplies to the Soviets, armored cars, motorized equipment, food, etc.
Yeah, well, we are now in World War II, and as you probably know, on one side of World War II, we had Germany, Italy, and Japan, right? They were allies during this war. Germany, Italy, and Japan. And on the other side, on the other faction was basically England, Russia, the United States, and other countries like France and Sweden as well, even Brazil. So those were the allies against Germany, Italy, and Japan. But probably the most important countries out of all the other allies were Russia, England, and the United States. So it was probably the only time in history where the United States and Russia were allies and not enemies, right? Against a common enemy, against Germany, basically. But yeah.
Winning battle by battle in the Pacific, getting closer to the Japanese mainland, and after D-Day in Europe in 1944, the Americans managed to have a great impact and to help a lot on the Allied side. The war ended in 1945. Germany capitulated in May, and Japan in September after the 2 nuclear bombs dropped at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The United States and Soviet Union emerged as rival superpowers in the aftermath of World War II. This was a period known as the Cold War. The two countries confronted each other indirectly in the arms race, proxy wars across the world, and
so World War II ends. The United States and Russia that were allies won against Germany, but now They are the two biggest powers in the world, right? The United States and Russia. Not just Russia. Yeah, well, Russia and then the Soviet Union, they were the two biggest powers, las dos más grandes potencias of the world, right? And for a long time, it's been kind of like that still. But well, now China is also a very big power anyway.
Including the Korean and Vietnam Wars and propaganda campaigns. The purpose of this was to stop the spread of communism. In the 1960s, waves of civil rights movements started, rights of voting and freedom of movement to African Americans and other racial minorities. The Cold War ended with the collapse of the Soviet Union. After, the United States has been focusing on modern conflicts in the Middle East. The beginning of the 21st century saw the September 11th attacks carried out by Al-Qaeda in 2001, which was later followed by the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. In 2008, the United States had its worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. A big thank you again to our sponsors. Don't forget to check them out by accessing the link down in the description. And also a big thank you to our awesome supporters on Patreon. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell button to learn more about our incredible history. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next episode.
So, a little bit about the history of the United States, right? Which is interesting to know. It's interesting to know the history about everything, actually. But since we're learning English right now, I think it makes sense. Okay, now, let's go back to the book for a moment. And don't worry, we will have another break. But before we do that, let's go back to the book for a moment. All right, so we are here. Now, let's take a look at this vocabulary that we have here, okay? Let's take a look at this vocabulary that we have here. Now, first of all, we have some words that are very similar between Spanish and English, right? We have some words that are very similar between Spanish and English. Let's take a look at these, and you're gonna tell me what do you think they mean, and then we go into the more probably obscure ones, although you probably know them already because, well, we are in Intermediate 3, so it's very likely that you know these words already. But anyway, what is the meaning of these? Or how do you think you say in English? Let's take a look at these. How do you think you say in English descubrimiento?
Discovery.
Discovery, that's right. So that is what we have here. Like, for example, I don't know, the discovery of America, things like that. All right, very good. How do you say elección in English?
Election.
Election, very good. How do you say epidemia?
Epidemic.
Very good. Epidemic. Very good pronunciation, by the way. Very good, very good. How do you say desastre natural?
Natural disaster.
Excellent. How do you say revolución?
Revolution.
Yep, very good. Revolution. How do you say acto terrorista?
Terrorist act.
Yes, very good. So all of those, as you can see, are very, very, very similar to Spanish, right? Now, it might be easy to understand these words if you read them or if you hear them, right? Because you see the similarity to Spanish. However, it might not be so easy to know them. It might be not be so easy to know them when you have to use them, all right? Unless you know them very, very well. For example, if you want to write or if you want to speak, perhaps you need some more memorization. You need to do some more memorization in order to remember the words. So take that into consideration. Again, if you read the word discovery, maybe even if you didn't know it, it's gonna be kind of easy for you to see, oh, this has to be like descubrimiento or something like that, right? However, if you have to speak and you want to say descubrimiento, maybe you don't know that it is discovery unless you study it, all right? Or unless you have already studied it, right? But my point is that even though these words are not so difficult to understand, we should still study them. We should still study the way they are written, their spelling, and everything. Okay. Now we have on number 2, we have assassination. What do you think is assassination?
Asesinato.
Asesinato. And maybe you didn't know this word. Although someone there in the WhatsApp exercise that we did, someone there did tell me the right answer. I mean, did use it. So he used the word assassinate. However, this probably is not such a common word. Did you know the word assassination before? ¿Conocían ustedes la palabra assassination antes?
No.
Maybe you didn't, right?
No.
So what word did you know for asesinato? ¿Qué palabra sí conocían para asesinato? What word did you know for that?
Murder.
Yeah, that's right. Murder. Murder. That's right. Murder. Exactly. So murder also means asesinato. So now, what is the difference between murder and assassination? Well, in many ways they are the same. In many ways they are synonyms, okay? En muchos sentidos son lo mismo, son sinónimos in many ways. However, there is a slight different connotation in some cases. Murder is like a more general, more common, more typical word, okay? Assassination is more used when it has been something for political reasons. So usually it's more used like that, okay? For example, what was the very famous US president that was killed, that was assassinated? Do you know his name? Who was that? Do you know who? Yeah, that's right, Kennedy, JF Kennedy, that's right. So he was assassinated. He was assassinated, in fact, right? So now, but remember that. If you say murder, it is like a more general word. So anybody can be murdered, right? But if you use the word assassination, well, it tends to refer more to a political thing. Okay, it's more towards a political thing. Let's take a look at another video for a moment, okay? Let's take a look at another video. Sorry, this is when I am sharing the screen, things get a little bit slow sometimes. So, I'm not gonna show you the assassination of JF Kennedy, but there was another very famous United States president in the 80s. During the 80s, one of the US presidents was Ronald Reagan, right? He was a president during the 80s. And I think he was a president from 80, well, I don't remember very well. But let's take a look at this video. I don't know if you can see the video now on the screen. I think not. Let me share the screen with you for a moment. Okay, there we go. This is a very short video. But it is about, as you can see on the screen, Reagan assassination attempt. Okay, let's look at it. It's a little bit slow. It's taking a while, but now it's there. Can you see the screen? Can you see the video?
Yes, teacher.
All right, let's see it then. Let's watch it and let's hear it.
March 30th, 1981. John Hinckley was a 25-year-old with romantic delusions, convinced that actress Jodie Foster would be impressed if he killed the president. Outside the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C., Hinckley caught up with his target.
And I don't think there was a better demonstration of how that training worked than the assassination attempt against President Reagan. Judge Jerry Parr and Ray Shattuck, as soon as that first shot goes off, they grab the president and they throw him into the car.
Agent Tim McCarthy shielded Reagan with his body, taking a bullet in the process. Within moments, the limo sped away from a scene of chaos. Hinckley was buried under a mountain of Secret Service agents. Agent McCarthy Press Secretary James Brady, and D.C. policeman Thomas Delahanty lay on the sidewalk, severely injured. All three survived, but Brady had permanent brain damage.
The old saying that, a Secret Service agent will take a bullet for the president. If you look at the Reagan assassination, Tim McCarthy did do that, but he was trained to do that as well, and his heroic actions demonstrate that.
Although the agents around the president reacted heroically, many mistakes had been made. The Secret Service relies on a perimeter system of protection. The outer is a preliminary check by local police. The middle has Secret Service agents searching for weapons.
And then there's the inner perimeter, and that's the final defense. It's the agents around the president.
Hinckley had penetrated 2 of the perimeters and fired at least 5 shots at point-blank range. The Secret Service had been trying for years to get metal detectors to screen for weapons. They got authorization days later. The perimeters were tightened, and the idea of an open arrival and departure ended after the attempt against President Reagan.
All right, very good. So, as you can see, there was an attempt. What is the meaning of attempt? Do you know this word? Attempt?
Atentado.
Yes. Puede ser un atentado o puede ser un intento también, porque es medio similar, ¿no? Correct. So, that's right, un atentado de asesinato. Reagan assassination attempt. Remember the spelling too, because this is a word in which you have 2 S's here, 2 S's here. It is not very common, right? So might be a little bit difficult to remember how to spell it correctly, okay? So remember that. Let's watch it again. Let's watch it again. I'm going to pause for a few parts.
March 30th, 1981.
March 30th, 1981, right?
John Hinckley was a 25-year-old with romantic delusions.
So he had romantic delusions. Tenía como, ¿cómo decirlo? Ideas imaginarias semilocas en su cabeza, románticas, ¿no? Right? He had romantic delusions.
Convinced that actress Jodie Foster would be impressed if he killed the president.
So he was convinced that actress Jodie Foster, do you know her? Do you know this actress, Jodie Foster? Well, she was very famous in many movies. Have you ever seen The Silence of the Lambs? ¿Han visto El Silencio de los Inocentes? Anyway, well, she was a very, very famous... Never mind, it's okay. So, but anyway, she was a very, very famous Hollywood actress, especially in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, right? And this guy, he thought that he would impress Jodie Foster if he killed the president. Or at least that's what he said, okay?
Outside the Hilton Hotel in Washington, Foster would be delusions. Convinced, John Hinckley was a 25-year-old with romantic delusions, convinced that actress Jodie Foster would be impressed if he killed the president. Outside the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C., Hinckley caught up with his target.
And I don't think there was a better demonstration of how that training worked than the assassination attempt against President Reagan. Judge Jerry Parr and Ray Shattuck, as soon as that first shot goes off, they grab the president and they throw him into the car.
Agent Tim.
So the Secret Service, everybody that was around the president, did what they were trained to do, right? And they protected the president very well.
McCarthy shielded Reagan with his body, taking a bullet in the process.
So he took a bullet in the process. What is the meaning of bullet?
Una bala.
Yep, that's right. So he took a bullet in the process, right? Recibió, podríamos decir, una bala en español. En inglés diríamos, tomó una bala, no? He took a bullet in the process.
Within moments, the limo sped away from a scene of chaos. Hinckley was buried under a mountain of Secret Service agents.
So Hinckley was buried under a mountain of Secret Service agents. Hinckley fue enterrado debajo de una montaña de agentes del servicio secreto, ¿no? Listen to this.
Hinckley was buried under a mountain of Secret Service agents. Agent McCarthy, Press Secretary James Brady, and DC policeman Thomas Delahanty lay on the sidewalk, severely injured.
So all of them, all of these officers were severely injured. Do you know what is the meaning of injured? Like this, injured. Do you know this word?
Lesionado.
Yeah, that's right. Lesionados, lesionado, herido, lastimado. All of those, right? Sí se suele usar un poco más para lesionado y ciertamente hurt la usaríamos más para herido o lastimado, ¿no? Pero para el caso, en este caso les estamos usando injured también como podría, ya que recibieron balazos, pues, ¿no? Como herido, como lastimado. But very good, very good. Yes. Okay. Let's continue listening.
All three survived, but Brady had permanent brain damage.
The old saying that, you know, a Secret Service agent will take a bullet for the president. If you look at the Reagan assassination, Tim McCarthy did do that, but he was trained to do that as well. And
so he took a bullet, this agent took a bullet for the president, but he was trained to do that, right? But anyway, that doesn't make him any less of a hero anyway.
And his heroic actions demonstrate that.
Although the agents around the president reacted heroically, many mistakes had been made. The Secret Service relies on a perimeter system of protection. The outer is a preliminary check by local police. The middle has Secret Service agents searching for weapons.
And then,
what is the meaning of weapons? Do you know what is the meaning of weapons?
Armas.
Armas.
Very good, armas. Very good. So the Secret Service agents look for weapons, right? They search people in the look for weapons, right? Good.
And there's the inner perimeter, and that's the final defense. It's the agents around the president.
Hinckley had penetrated 2 of the perimeters and fired at least 5 shots at point-blank range.
So he had penetrated 2 of the perimeters. Él había penetrado 2 de los perímetros. He had penetrated 2 of the perimeters, right?
The Secret Service had been trying for years to get metal detectors to screen for weapons.
Están haciendo algunos usos interesantes del pasado perfecto en este video, ¿no? También, the Secret Service had been trying for years to get metal detectors to work on these cases. La gente del servicio secreto había estado intentando por años que les den acceso a detectores de metales, ¿no?
To screen for weapons. They got authorization. The Secret Service had been trying for years to get metal detectors to screen for weapons. They got authorization days later. The perimeters were tightened, and the idea of an open arrival and departure ended after the attempt against President Reagan.
All right, very good. So, the assassination attempt, all right? Let's now just take a quick look at the book again. So remember these words, okay? So we have and. So assassination, now you know this word. But what is the meaning of the first word here? Achievement. This is very different to Spanish form, right? Can you say that again, please?
Achievement.
Yes, can you repeat what it means?
Yeah.
That's right. Un logro, right? Un logro. What, for example, I don't know, what has been your greatest achievement so far? What do you think? What has been your difficult question, but what has been your greatest achievement? Think about it. ¿Cuál ha sido su logro más grande? Difficult question, I know. All right, now, let's do this. Take a look at once again, at the vocabulary, words 1 through 8, and at the sentences that we have on the right, and let's match them. Let's match them, okay? So let's put the letters corresponding letters in the correct spaces, okay? If you have any questions about any word or anything in these sentences, you can ask me, okay? Let's do that. All right. Okay, guys. So, what do you have in number 1? Achievement. What letter is this? Remember to turn on your microphones.
G.
And it's letter G. Very good. In 2003, scientists completed the Human Genome Project. Very good. Number 2, assassination. What do you have?
F.
F. John Lennon was killed by a fan on December 8, 1980. Yes, 1 year before I was born. Un año antes de que yo naciera. Now, what is the meaning of kill? What is kill?
Matar.
Yeah, that's right. Entonces fue matado, fue asesinado, right? All right, very good. Now, what do you have in number 3? Discovery.
C.
C. In 2015 or in 2015, scientists confirmed the existence of water on Mars. Interesting. Okay, very good. Now, number 4, election.
E.
E. Barack Obama became the first African-American U.S. president in 2009 or 2009. Very good. Huh? Epidemic. What do you have for epidemic?
D.
D. Since the early 1980s, HIV has infected more than 70 million people. That is a pandemic, right? However, even though it is a big health concern until this day, the coronavirus is probably scarier because of the, well, you know, the way of transmission for HIV is much more specific. You cannot get it just by going out on the street, right? Unless you drink too much or something. Just kidding. All right. Now, what is the meaning of or how do you say HIV in Spanish? How do you say HIV in Spanish? VIH, ¿no? Y es porque son básicamente las mismas palabras, ¿no? Solo que en inglés solemos tener un orden distinto de los sustantivos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, ¿cómo se dice en inglés jugo de naranja? How do you say jugo de naranja?
Juice.
Orange juice, ¿no es cierto? En español dije primero ¿qué? ¿Jugo o naranja? En español.
Juice.
Claro, en español dije primero jugo. ¿Y en inglés qué dije primero?
Jugo.
En inglés, pero ¿qué digo primero? ¿Qué palabra va primero? ¿Jugo o naranja? Naranja, porque digo orange juice, entonces es al revés del español, ¿notan? ¿Sí? Orange juice, jugo de naranja. Sorry. How would you say in English, I don't know, silla de metal? How do you say that?
Metal chair.
Metal chair, that's right, metal chair, very good. So HIV sería en español, VIH, virus de inmunodeficiencia humana, ¿no es cierto? VIH, virus de inmunodeficiencia humana con H, ¿no es cierto? En inglés es básicamente lo mismo, solo que human immunodeficiency virus. Sí, entonces el virus de inmunodeficiencia humana, human immunodeficiency virus. Okay? Okay, very good. Now, natural disaster.
A.
A. In 2015, an earthquake hit Nepal and killed over 8,000 people. All right? What is an earthquake?
Terremoto.
Very good. Now, a revolution.
B.
B. Fidel Castro established a communist government in Cuba in 1959. Right? We know that. And a terrorist act. H, of course, right? Two men invaded and killed the journalists of Charlie Hebdo newspaper in Paris in 2015. When this happened, did you know about it? Have you heard about this?
No, teacher.
No, it is new to you. Well, Charlie Hebdo was a very famous newspaper, as it says in France, and they had some very strong political opinions, right? And they also made fun in cartoons, in caricaturas. They made fun, se burlaban of some very, very powerful people, right? So there was this attempt, this also an assassination attempt, right? But it was, a terrorist act. Okay, very good. Now let's take a 20-minute break. I'm sorry, a 10-minute break. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break now, and let's be back at 12:20. Okay. All right, guys.
Okay.
Okay, teacher. Back.
Okay, teacher.
Thank you. Let's be back at 10:20. Hello, everyone. Let's be back to class, right? Let's get back to class, I mean. All right. So, again, some interesting and important vocabulary that might come very handy, muy útil, when you use it for speaking, for writing, anything that you need to write or say, right? So, now, let's take a look at this, okay? It says in number 6, discussion, a major impact, right? Un gran impacto. Let's do something like this, all right? Choose 2 or 3 historic events. It could be an election, an epidemic, an achievement, any of the things that we have here, any of these 8 words. And they are very useful for speaking about historic events, right? So choose one of them. Choose, let's do just a couple, okay? And they have to have had an impact in our country, right? Choose 2 or 3 historic events, an election, an epidemic, an achievement that had an impact on your country. So Ecuador in this case, right? Discuss the questions. What happened or what was achieved? When did it happen? What was the immediate effect on your country, the world, or your family? Did it change things permanently? How is life different now? Okay, so let's not talk about 2 or 3, just one, just one. Think about one historic event that had a major impact in our country. It could be recent, it could be from 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, whatever you wish, okay? Think about it, let's think about it individually for about 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, okay? And then at 12:30, I'm going to ask you to tell me, okay? To tell me what the historic event is. All right. Take these questions into consideration, okay? So you don't have to directly answer the questions, but you would, in what you say, you're gonna have to mention these aspects. Like, for example, I don't know, I could say something like in the 1980s, Ecuador returned to democracy after the military dictatorship that happened during the 70s. Blah 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 blah. All right, things like that. I don't know. You could speak about what dollarization that happened in 1999. You could speak about so many things, right? So many things. So think about it for a moment, and at 12:30. Think it for yourself, practice on your own. Practiquen ustedes mismos en casa, ¿sí? Practiquen hablando un poquito, cada uno, ¿no es cierto? Están con los micrófonos silenciados en este momento, practique cada uno y luego a las 12:30 les pido a algunos que me digan en qué pensaron y qué practicaron. All right? Is that clear?
Yes, teacher.
Yes, teacher.
All right, very good. Thank you, girls. So let's do that. So you have 6, 7 minutes, okay? Let's do that for a moment. In the meantime,
Can you repeat, please? I have problems with my internet.
Sorry, perdón, yo también tuve un problema de conexión. Disculpen, yo también tuve un problema de conexión. Contestando a su pregunta, hagamos esto de aquí, ¿sí? Entonces, think about one historic event. Pensemos en un hecho histórico. Think about one historic event in Ecuador and speak about it, okay? And speak about it. Say when it was, what happened, and what impact it had, okay? ¿Sí? Hagamos eso. And also, practice on your own. Practiquen por su cuenta, ¿no es cierto? Practice on your own. And in a moment, we'll say it for the class. Okay?
Thank you, teacher.
You're welcome. Okay, guys. So let's speak a little bit about this, about some event that had a major impact in the country. Anybody would like to go? Does anybody want to tell me about something that has happened in the country, a historic event? It could be recent, it could be very old, whatever you wish. Any volunteer? Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the influenza A, H1N1.
All right, very good.
Yeah, okay, the influenza A pandemic, which began in 2009, entered in Ecuador on May 15 of the same year. This was the 13th country to report cases of influenza A in the American continent. May 15, Dr. Caroline Chang, Minister of Public Health of Ecuador, announced the confirmation by laboratory tests of the first case of influenza A, corresponding to a 12-year-old boy from the city of Guayaquil, who returned from the city of Miami on Sunday, May 10. This is an imported case closely related to travel abroad. The epidemiological monitoring form completed by this child upon entering the country does not refer to any symptoms of influenza. The patient began with symptoms on May 9, decline, and on Monday, May 11, he presented fever and sore throat, so he was taken to the Guayaquil Infectology Hospital. He was hospitalized and cared for 18 hours. On June 11, the data reported by the MSP indicates that there are 73 confirmed cases of influenza A. Guayas provides 59 cases, Pichincha 7 cases, El Oro 3 cases, Manabí 1 case, and Azuay 3 cases. An effective epidemiological surveillance in all the provinces of the country has made possible the timely detection of cases of influenza A and adopt the necessary measures to prevent the spread of the virus among the population. The new cases are under surveillance and treatment, with which it has been possible to avoid complications and a satisfactory evolution of the disease.
All right, very good, very good. Yeah. Thank you very much, Samantha. Your pronunciation was very good. Just one little correction, when we say equator, we are referring to the equatorial line, you know? That would be the equator. But when you're speaking about the country, it's Ecuador, okay?
Okay.
But very good, very good. That was very good. Thank you very much. And yeah, I remember that. And everything was like really scared. And now it seems so small compared to coronavirus, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right, but very good. Thank you, Samantha. That was very good. That was very good. Okay, now, because of time constraints, I'm going to move on to something else, okay? But thank you, once again, thank you very much, Samantha. That was very good. Well, first, one homework that you're gonna have, I tell you just now, but as usual, I'm also going to give you all the detailed information via WhatsApp. It's going to be on the campus, but your homework is one of your homeworks is going to be this. Okay? So you're going to be writing a biography, okay? So find information about a famous person, somebody who had an important impact in the world. So what it says here, right? Find information about a person who has had a major influence on the world or your country. Answer this question, then write a biography. What is this person famous for? How and when did he or she become famous? And what are his or her important achievements, okay? So I'll give you the detailed information. It's going to be there on the campus. But something that is important here, please don't plagiarize. Por favor, no plagien. ¿A qué me refiero con eso? No se cojan y solo se bajen una información de internet, una biografía de internet de alguien, que por supuesto las hay y sería muy fácil. Quiero que ustedes mismos redacten las cosas, ¿sí? Quiero que sea su redacción y créanme, no a modo de amenaza ni nada por el estilo, pero para mí es muy, muy fácil darme cuenta si algo ha sido copiado del internet y también muy fácil de comprobar, porque solo tengo que googlear un poquito y posiblemente me encuentro con la fuente, ¿no? Entonces, por favor, que sea algo redactado por ustedes. Ahora, obviamente, para saber bien las cosas van a tener que leer en internet los datos, las fuentes, pero eso no significa que ustedes copien tal cual lo que vean, pues, ¿no es cierto? Para eso pueden parafrasear y todas las cosas. Saquen datos importantes, pero redáctenlos en sus palabras. ¿Sí? ¿Está claro? Is this clear? Okay, like for example, this Malala Yousafzai, activist for women and children's rights. Malala was born in 1997 in Pakistan, where she spoke out of girls' right to education. When she was 15, she suffered an attack on her life and almost died. She has flown to England, recovered from her injuries, justo lo que decíamos hace un momento, no injuries, and continued her fight. When she was 17, she became the youngest winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so and also please remember to use the words and the expressions that we've learned, like for example, since, during, from, to, all of that. Okay, so I also want you to incorporate all of that, but as I told you, I'm going to detail that via WhatsApp, via email. I'm going to tell you exactly about the things that you have to do for the homework. Okay. Now, we've been speaking a lot about the past. I mean, in the previous class and also in this one, what has happened in the past, probably until now, since, during. But what about the future? What about the future? If we take a look at the structures that you know for the future, if you take a look of this, at the structure we use for the future, okay? Remember, please, to turn on your microphones now when I ask you to do so. Okay, so the future. What is the most common word that comes to your mind when you speak about the future?
Will.
Exactly, will. That's right. We use will, right? We use will plus base form of a verb, right? That is the typical future that we use. But there are other ways of speaking about the future. What is another way of speaking about the future?
Could.
Ah, interesante. Sí, 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 sí. El could es un podría. Es como un futuro. Claro, el could, podría, me puede servir para un futuro posible, aunque no. So, a possible future. Yeah, a possible, though not certain future, right? Un futuro posible, aunque no seguro. Yeah, they could might be very good for that. That's right. And there is also another way of speaking about the future. So we could use will, and this is very good. We could also use could, but what else can we use to speak about the future? Any other thing?
Going to.
Going to, that's right. Be going to. So, right, be going to plus, again, a base form verb. This is also to speak about the future. For example, I could say, how do you say in English, te ayudaré? Te ayudaré.
I will help you.
I will help you. Very good. Or the contraction, which is even more common, right? I'll help you. I'll help you. That's right. Very good. And, but is there another way of saying this? ¿Hay otra forma de decir te voy a ayudar, te ayudaré?
Disculpe, teacher, ¿usted está compartiendo la pantalla?
Sí, según esto
Porque
sí.
no se ve.
Ah, no se ve. Qué raro,
O sea,
porque me
estamos en
parece
el libro.
que sí. Déjenme, les hago otra vez, voy a salir a la pantalla del libro otra vez y a poner en esta. Tal vez por algún motivo no cogió, porque sí les puse. Pero veamos, tal vez.
Ya, gracias.
Gracias por decirme. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. ¿Se ve ahí? Can you see it now?
Se ve el libro, teacher, pero no se ve. Ahí
Ya,
sí.
ahora sí.
Ya cambió. Ah, ya. Thank you very much. Parece, no sé, tal vez tuvo un lag, tal vez demoró por algún motivo. But thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for telling me. Thank you very much. Okay, so yeah, we can have the future with will, right? We can have the future with will. We can have the future with Going to as well, right? We could use will, we could use be going to.
Will plus ing verb with gerund verb.
With will, we could use it sometimes, but we'll see that in the next class, okay? For now, let's only focus on this one, okay? On the base form. But yeah. There are cases in which you can mix a will with a gerund, but anyway, you would use be. We'll see that next class, okay? We'll see that next class. Now, this other form, be plus the base form of the verb. For example, so yes, te ayudaré, I will help you, o I'll help you, como veíamos hace un momento. ¿Cuál puede ser otra forma de decirlo? De decir te ayudaré, te voy a ayudar.
I'm going to help you.
I'm going to help you. That's right. Very good. I'm going to help you. Now, what is the difference between the two? What is the difference between I will help you and I'm going to help you? The translation is pretty much the same. Te voy a ayudar, te ayudaré. The translation is similar, but there are some specific uses. Do you know when to use this one and when to use this one?
Una es como que te podría ayudar y otra es como que seguro que le va a ayudar.
Por ahí va, más o menos por ahí va la cosa. Sí. That's right. Now, let's take a look at this video now. Vamos a ver un videito en estos últimos minutos que nos quedan. Sí. Okay. Sorry, not this one. Okay, this one. Can you see the YouTube screen now?
Yes.
All right, very good. Let's listen to this.
¿Quieres poner en práctica todo lo que aprendes con un profesor nativo?
Can you hear the audio from the video?
Yes, teacher.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Now, let's take a look at this, okay? In these last minutes that we have.
Italki tiene miles de profesores profesionales que... Hello, you're through to Philippa's Psychic Balls.
This is the psychic line.
How can I help you?
Hello, Philippa.
Hi.
I'd like to know a bit more about my future. I was wondering, am I going to find real love?
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. Before I tell you anything about your future, I'm gonna need your
Credit card details.
Is that okay?
But look, I'm paying for this phone call, so that's a bit too much.
Don't worry about that. Let's talk about your future. So you're in a relationship, I'm sensing, at the moment.
Well, not exactly.
You're not in a relationship, or you are in a relationship?
Well, you should know that, but no, I'm not. What I want to know is if I am going to find love anytime soon.
Interesting. Yes, it says here you're going to meet a very tall, dark, handsome man.
Ooh, sounds good.
Now, I'm gonna need your credit card details before we go any further.
So, como os habréis dado cuenta por la pitonisa Philippa, en este vídeo vamos a hablaros del futuro.
The future.
Now, a question before we continue. What do you think? Where do you I posted in an interesting moment? But what's his English? Is it American English or British English?
British.
It's British English. Notice how he says futuro. American English future, right? But notice how he says
Por la pitonisa Philippa, en este vídeo vamos a hablaros del futuro.
The future.
Can you say it the way he said it? Can you say future, but in British English? Can you say it the way he said it? ¿Podrían decirlo como él lo dijo? The future, right? He doesn't pronounce the final R. La R del final no la pronuncia, ¿no es cierto? All right? Okay, let's
Filipa, en este vídeo vamos a hablaros del futuro.
The future.
So, usamos will cuando hablamos de algo espontáneo. Por ejemplo, estoy un poco aburrida. Creo que me voy a ir a dar un paseo.
I'm bored. I think I'll go for a walk.
O por ejemplo, no te preocupes, Philip. Yo pagaré la cena.
Don't worry. I'll pay. I'll pay for dinner.
También usamos will cuando hablamos.
Well, before we continue with this, antes de continuar con el video, entonces nos dice will para decisiones espontáneas. ¿A qué me refiero con decisiones espontáneas? Me estoy refiriendo a lo que pienso en el momento que hablo, algo que ese momento, el rato que estoy hablando, acabo de decidir, ¿sí? Algo que ese rato decido y que no lo había pensado antes. Por ejemplo, le veo a una señora que está cargando un montón de fundas y ya se le van a caer. Y ese rato le digo, I'll help you. I will help you. Y típicamente se habla con la contracción, ¿no? Mucho más frecuente decir I'll que I will, ¿sí? I'll help you. Yo le ayudo, yo le ayudaré, ¿sí? Algo que se me acaba de ocurrir ese momento. O me dicen, oye, ¿qué vas a hacer este rato? Que te ibas a ir a esta fiesta, pero se canceló. ¿Qué vas a hacer este rato? Ay, no sé. Bueno, creo que me voy al bar un rato, ¿sí? I think I'll go to the bar for a moment, ¿ok? O to the pub, si es británico, ¿sí? I think I'll go to the bar for a moment. Ese rato se cancelaron mis planes que ya tenía hechos y me preguntan, ¿y ahora qué vas a hacer? Pues ese rato decido y se me ocurre. Para una decisión del momento o para una decisión espontánea, para un pensamiento del momento, utilizo will, ¿sí? Ok, let's continue watching.
Hablamos de promesas.
Y también
Entonces,
usamos will cuando hablamos de promesas. Si yo le prometo algo a alguien, pues también voy a usar will.
por ejemplo, ayer por la noche hice la cena y la verdad es que dejé la cocina un poco desastrosa y Philip dijo, "What a mess, Isabel." Y le dije, no te preocupes, te prometo que voy a lavar todo. So what did I tell you in English?
I promise I'll do the washing up later. Entonces, will para una frase afirmativa y won't para una frase negativa. Entonces,
Claro, recordando un poquito, entonces el negativo de will es will not, pues ¿no es cierto? Will not. Pero la contracción de will not es el won't. ¿Sí? Entonces, no olviden aquello, ¿no? Will para afirmativa, will not para negativa, pero la contracción de will not es won't, que es muy, muy usado, ¿no es cierto? I won't help you, yo no te ayudaré. I won't go there, no iré allá. Por cierto, no confundir won't con went, con el pasado de go, suenan parecido, ¿sí? But be careful with that, ¿ok? Okay, so let's continue watching.
entonces, te prometo que no voy a comer tus galletas.
I promise I won't eat your biscuits again.
¿Se acuerdan el video que veíamos de los verbos compuestos y les decían biscuits a las cookies, ¿no? Es bastante británico aquello. Aunque ese video era australiano, pero los australianos tienen mucho británico. Australians have a lot of British in their English, okay? So, I won't eat your biscuits. An American would say, I promise I won't eat your cookies. But somebody, some British person, I promise I won't eat your biscuits, okay?
I won't. Won't.
Won't.
Oh, well, here's the thing. Yeah, the British pronounce it won't, como con una O, ¿no? Won't. Aunque se escribe igual. But the Americans pronounce it won't. So, I won't eat your cookies. I won't eat your biscuits, okay?
Y el error súper típico que solemos cometer es cuando alguien nos pregunta, ¿qué vas a hacer este fin de semana? What are you going to do this weekend?
What are you going to do this weekend? What are you going to do?
Y he oído muchísimas veces responder, this weekend I will go to the cinema. O bueno, o con la contracción, ¿no? This weekend I'll go to the cinema. Yeah.
This is not correct. If you're talking about a plan in English, we don't use will. Para planes usamos going to.
También se puede decir I'm gonna, más
Sí,
rápido.
Más rápido.
Ajá, entonces ahí hay una diferencia interesante, ¿no? There's a very interesting difference. So, si es que es una decisión espontánea del momento, pues voy a utilizar will. Pero si es algo que estoy diciendo este rato y que ya tenía planificado desde antes, ¿no es cierto? ¿Qué vas a hacer este fin de semana? Voy a ir a la playa. Bueno, si no estuviéramos en pandemia. Anyway, so what are you going to do this weekend? I'm going to go to the beach, all right? O, ¿qué vas a hacer el sábado en la tarde? Well, I have an exam, so I'm going to study. Ya tengo planeado, ya tengo decidido desde antes. I'm going to study. En cambio, si fuera algo, una decisión del momento que ese rato se me ocurre, utilizaría I'll, ¿sí? Oye, ya no va a haber el paseo. Estaba en la duda, en la disyuntiva, tenía un examen el lunes, pero también había un paseo buenazo el sábado. Pero ya no va a haber el paseo, entonces me preguntan, so, the picnic got canceled, so what are you going to do? I think I'll study. Creo que voy a estudiar, pero ahí utilizaría el will. I think I will, I think I'll study. En cambio, si es algo que ya tenía planeado, ya tenía decidido desde antes, so what are you going to do on Saturday? I'm going to study. Okay, is this clear? Is this clear? Do you understand?
Yes, teacher.
All right, very good. Let's continue watching then. And this is also interesting, right? No se considera muy formal, para nada formal en realidad, pero ustedes han de oír todo el tiempo a angloparlantes, a nativo hablantes de inglés, decir en vez de going to, gonna. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna help you, en canciones, en películas, y cuando escuchen directamente a gringos por ahí, han de oír todo el tiempo ese gonna. Posiblemente sí estaban familiarizados con eso, ¿no? Al escribirlo, les pediría que no escriban así, no se considera correcto, pero al hablar, no hay lío en realidad. Pueden decir el gonna y no se considera incorrecto, ¿sí? All right? Let's continue listening then.
Se dice, I'm gonna go to a concert, I'm gonna go to the cinema, I'm gonna go to the mountains.
The British always say the cinema. I'm going to go to the cinema. The Americans say the movies, okay? Los gringos dicen como irse a las películas, ir al cine, ¿no? I'm gonna go to the movies versus British. I'm going to go to the cinema, all right?
I'm gonna go and visit my mother.
I'm going to have the marinated asparagus with the mushroom reduction.
So the waiter comes, in this example, right? They are at a restaurant, the waiter comes, viene el mesero o la mesera, the waiter or the waitress, les pregunta y ella ya tenía decidido, ya vio la carta y ya sabía lo que quería. Entonces, por eso ella, ¿qué usó? ¿Going to o will? Usó going to.
Going to.
That's right, porque ya lo tenía decidido desde antes. Entonces, y esto un pequeño tip. Si ustedes alguna vez ordenan comida en Estados Unidos o en algún lugar así, en español, al mesero, ¿qué le decimos? Yo quiero esto, para mí esto, a mí tráigame esto, por favor, ¿no es cierto? ¿Sí? Para mí tal cosa. En inglés, lo típico para ordenar algo en un restaurante sería decir, I'm going to have. Y usamos el verbo have, tener. Se usa mucho have para todo lo que sea de comer y beber también, ¿sí? Have. I'm going to have. So, for example, I'm going to have a hot dog and a soda. I'm going to have some vegetarian pizza, some veggie pizza, and an orange juice, a glass of orange juice, ¿ok? Entonces, going to, ahora, como ella ya lo tenía decidido desde antes, I'm going to have, ¿ok? Ella ya le llegó la carta, ya lo pensó, viene el mesero, ya lo sabía, I'm going to have.
Asparagus with the mushroom reduction.
I'm gonna go and visit my mother.
I'm going to have the marinated asparagus with the mushroom reduction.
Could I ask a question, please? What's in the soup of the day?
It's broccoli and Stilton, sir.
Oh.
So he's not sure about what's in the soup of the day, right? So he asks a question in the moment because he wants to know. And the waiter said, broccoli and Stilton. Stilton is a type of cheese. El Stilton es un tipo de queso y así mismo se llama en español, no? Stilton. So Stilton is a type of cheese. So now he knows. Now he knows.
It's broccoli and Stilton, sir.
Oh, really? I'll have that. I'll have that.
Ajá, entonces ahora que ya sabe lo que había en la sopa del día, este rato decidió y nos dice, That sounds good. I'll have that. Él acaba de decidir este rato lo piensa, entonces usó will. I'll have that. I'll have that. That sounds good. Ella, en cambio, ya tenía decidido desde antes. Ella usó going to. All right? Is this clear?
Yes, teacher.
All right, let's just watch a little bit more. We're about to finish.
Sounds good.
Sounds lovely.
I love that. Thank you.
La buena noticia es que podéis usar tanto will como going to cuando hablamos de una predicción. Por ejemplo, creo que este fin de semana va a llover.
I think it's going to rain this weekend.
All right, so when you're speaking about predictions, lo que creemos que va a pasar, creo que va a llover, creo que el estado de emergencia del coronavirus va a durar 2 meses más, etc. Cualquier predicción que yo tenga, para predicciones puedo usar cualquiera de los dos. For predictions, I can use any of the two.
I think.
Now, I'll give you a suggestion. I would like you to make a screen capture of this right now. Me gustaría que hagan una captura de pantalla o una foto de esto, porque este cuadro está súper bueno. This is a very good chart for you to know the differences between will and going to, okay? Or be going to. Can you do that?
Yes, teacher.
Yes, teacher.
All right, very good. So yeah, this would be a very good moment to do that. Have a screen capture or a picture of this. And remember, the main differences between will and going to. Going to, for plans, for something you had already decided. Will, for spontaneous decisions, something that you just thought in that moment that you are going to do, that you will do. And also for promises. For promises, we also use will. But if you're speaking about predictions, you can use any of the two. Or I think they're going to show the other example as well.
It's going to rain this weekend, or I think it'll rain this weekend. It'll.
Yeah. Do it now, please. It was my mistake. Mi error. No les deje ver el otro ejemplo. Hagamos ahora la captura. Let's now make a screen capture of this or a picture because it's showing the two ways, right? So for prediction, we can use going to, be going to, or we can also use will. Okay?
Okay, teacher.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, thanks a lot for your attention today. I know it's been 5 hours of classes, so thanks a lot for enduring. Gracias por soportar tanto. Espero que se hayan quedado la mayoría hasta el final. All right, very good. So thank you very much. Have a nice weekend for the rest of the weekend. And remember, I'll upload the class to YouTube. Ahora estoy con mejor internet, entonces no se ha de demorar tanto como se demoró la vez anterior en subirse la clase. También no he usado canciones ni nada, entonces no necesito editar por derechos de autor. Y también les voy a mandar, como siempre, la información de los deberes y de las tareas que tienen. Ahora mismo lo hago posiblemente en algunas horas, posiblemente en menos, pero no pasa de hoy. Hoy les mando la información que necesitan para los deberes que tendrían hasta el próximo sábado. For the homeworks you have until next Saturday, I'll give you all the information via WhatsApp, via email, and I'll do that today. All right? So thank you very much for your attention, and see you next week.
Bye, teacher.
Thank you, teacher.
Bye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, teacher.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for your attention today. Goodbye, everybody. Have a nice weekend. Goodbye. See you.